Make sure this is working too. Oh, got you. Hey, for sure. I mean, that's even more impressive. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I feel bad. I think I had a few people that used to come by. They don't come by anymore because I changed my stream time to 3 p.m. instead of 1 p.m. So, but yeah, I kind of had to do it for like work related reasons. Okay, I'm still getting YouTube set up. Looks like it should be good. Let me just fix a few things. I wonder if the Twitch title's messed up. It looks fine. Yeah, I think it's good. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. All right. I guess I'll go ahead and start. Just making sure the YouTube chat is working. Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and start. So welcome to the Game Engine stream. Today is the 16th of May. Another Friday. Yeah. All right. Let me go ahead and get started. This week I didn't do too much, to be honest, so it's a little bit boring. But I do have plans for doing more next week, so hopefully next week I'll have like a stronger topic to cover. I've been kind of thinking about new systems to add to the engine, but I'm not quite there yet with the research, so I need to do some more reading at the moment. Yeah, you know, ECS job system, memory, Emblem. Thanks for the commit, by the way, Emblem. First commit on the engine, dude, or like first pull request from someone else. So that's hella hype. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure things out. Since you're the first person who committed, I'm kind of figuring out how to like structure my commits a bit better, so like it's not so much of a headache, since I've been just doing a lot of the code by myself. I didn't really have to think too much about like keeping things like set up correctly. But yeah, I think soon I'll start adding like a better, what is the word? Coding standard, start making like my the way I set up my different branches better, right? So things work right now. The way I'm modifying the modules branch is very destructive. So I don't know, but hopefully once I get through the engine re-architecture, things should be more stable. So we'll see. Wasn't ready either. I thought it was a, yeah, I mean, Emblem, did you see the like the rework I did, where I kind of refactored some of the code on top of it? So I mean, I figure like if you want to do anything on top of that, like the ones you mentioned, like yeah, so like it would just be like on top of that or whatever. But yeah, I'm mostly gonna be working in the modules branch, so I won't like mess with it too much right now. But yeah, let me talk about the recent progress for myself. I've been working on like service classes, so pretty much the same thing I've been doing the past like 2 streams or so. I've just been getting rid of static data as much as I can and wrapping it into like their own like self-contained objects, so that that final object hierarchy can actually work. So a lot of setup code at the moment. The basic idiom that I've been following, or like kind of structure, is like if I do reference something statically, I take that object, right, and I wrap all the functionality into that object, and then I make like an accessor class where like all it does is just gives you static access to that object, right? And then the eventual goal of that is once everything is not static anymore, I can just take the object and put it in the hierarchy and then just inject its dependency in whatever needs it, right? And then I can just erase that static reference. So it should be like a seamless transition. So the majority of what I'm going to be working on is still doing that. I have a few more systems I need to go through and just continue doing it, but it's kind of boring work. So I figure if anyone comes in and we just want to chat, like, it's pretty chill. I'm not really thinking too much. But the other thing I want to work on, and I think will be the topic of the next stream, is the ECS and the job system ideas. And maybe I can talk about that a little bit right now. I should finally wake long enough to... Yeah, Zapalva, it's is late for you, man? I'm sorry, dude. But yeah, I'm alright. How about you? 1 a.m. Yeah. I feel the same about dude, the whole squad, dude. That's hype. It's not the most interesting engine topics either. So I feel a little bad, but I appreciate you guys. I always say that, but I do. What's it called? Yeah, I feel the same thing about like Operator Doom. I don't know if he's gonna come in a little bit later, but he's been streaming a lot recently, and I always miss it because I think he streams at like 2 a.m. my time. So I work night shift too, so like sometimes I make it, sometimes I don't. But yeah, like what is it called? Again, recently just been doing the same stuff that I've always been doing, so just making things non-static. So that's where I'm at. I'm always excited to see your stuff, man. What you're doing has potential. Yeah, I mean, let's see how it goes, right? Keeping it steady. Yeah, the ECS stuff in the job system actually gets me kind of excited. So you know what? Let me talk about that right now. But first, let's go into. You can see what music I got playing in the background. Let's see. Dun-dun-dun. Let me just talk about the progress board. Nothing has really changed. I'm still doing the exact same thing, so it's honestly not even really worth it showing. But yeah, still we're still in the whole static variables and singletons, getting rid of it. You know how it goes. And if we look at the recent commits, maybe we can run through this real quick. Realistically, or like, what is the word I'm looking for? Like the only real work I've done since last stream is changing over the static variables in the network section. So the client service, the server service and whatnot, and the thing jumped out. That's great. let me zoom back out and then do this. So basically the network module, I made it, I made the objects nice and wrapped together. The input map section, I wrapped the objects nice, and the random and debug globals, those are just some like helper function classes. I wrapped those into the objects as well, so we can use those later. And that's about it for recent progress, so kind of simple. Yo, Dragonov, yeah. Yo, what's up? What's up, Dragon? How's it going? Let's see. Yeah, no, for real. Whole squad pulled up, guys. Hell yeah. That's what's up. Let's see. Let me talk about some of the ideas I've had for the ECS and the job system. So, what is his name? I know. What is his name on YouTube? I feel like I'm hungry, so I'm kind of forgetting. Gandev on YouTube. He told me about a lot of like job system stuff and gave me some links. So I actually finally got around to reading them. It's been a good time, like reading them. Like it's been interesting. So maybe I can talk about like what I got from that. And I have some other books I plan on reading soon too. So that's kind of why I'm not really ready to like discuss my plan with it for the ECS and job systems. Maybe we can look at it. Is it Dragonifs? I was sick yesterday, but I'm okay now. Was it like a, what's it called? Like a cold or something more serious? Okay, so let me go to my bookmarks really quick. So engine links, job system. So the main article that I first followed, I think was the main article that Gandev recommended, was this building a job system. This is all written in Rust. And I can kind of like TLDR it a little bit. So like the basic idea of it is you have these like worker threads, and then you initialize them based on like your operating system, or not your operating system, based on your current device, right? So if you have a certain device, it has a certain number of cores or whatever that's available, you can query that however you want on your OS. And then you build out those threads, and then it's basically a thread pool, basic thread pool. Here's like this is basically like a global thread pool. So this is not what he's doing. Basically, what the article is doing is they have like local job queues for each thread, right? So that the main thread job queue doesn't get congested, right? And I think at some point later in the article, he just says that he gets rid of the global job queue entirely, right? And then just has the worker threads have their own local queues. And essentially the way you balance the work on each job queue is the different job queues steal work from each other, right? So they can kind of balance each other out. Dragon have just a cold. I always get it around this time of year. Oh, I got you. That was in May. Oh, that sucks. I wonder if it's related to like seasonal, I mean, like seasonal, what is it? Not allergies, but like stuff that pops up during the season. I don't know. That kind of sucks during spring, yeah. Yeah, because my dad has like the allergies for like pollen, and that always messes him up in spring. But cold's probably different, right? Yeah. And for this one too, by the way, I looked at the other, and let me see, the other video that was recommended by what is it, Gandev? I can't remember his name on Twitch, but yeah, was paralyzing Naughty Dog engine using fibers, right? And this wasn't just on fibers. Actually, he has like a summary here discussing all the things. I'll get into this in a second, but they take a different approach to how they organize their job, like their job queues. They have kind of still this global queue, but it's like a low, medium, high priority thing, and then they get funneled into the fibers. So that's like a whole different thing. But yeah, basically here you just set up your threads at the beginning, right? And yeah, basically you just load balance the threads by having them steal each other's jobs. Which, yeah, now that I think about it, that's kind of a crazy statement, huh? Unfortunate. But yeah, they steal each other's jobs, and the way they do it is basically it's a DQ, but without one side of the DQ having the full push pop, right? So this steal is basically just a pop, but it's on the opposite side of the DQ, right? And this side of the DQ is the local thread side, right? So there's no mutex locks on this side where you can push and pop, right? And that way the local thread can just do whatever it needs to of like pushing, popping, and handle its own business, right? But the other side has to, like, you know, be coordinated, right, with the mutex, because you need to understand or need to coordinate with other threads that might steal, right? When you dive deeper into the code, you actually realize that the individual objects inside of the DQ are actually being managed by like a mutex. So each individual object has a mutex, And the guy on this article said himself that like that's kind of like an unfortunate like way that the system is designed, but you can't really get around it, right? I don't know if there's some other way I could think of that can get around it. But yeah, basically you have a mutex for each object and you have a mutex for the stealing operation. So there's like, I don't know how many mutexes, right? Depending on the size of the DQ. But yeah, the general idea is the local thread basically manages the push and pop, like basically the general management of the DQ. So if you just forget about the steal portion, we're just pushing and popping from this side of the queue, right? And the steal is sort of like a ancillary action where like if there is extra stuff to steal from, the other threads can pop in and just be like, hey, you know what? I'm not doing anything. Can I steal anything? Oh, I can. I'll steal it, and then they'll go on and like deal with it, right? But for the most part, the main local thread can just handle its own queue however it needs to. That is a lot of mutexes, yeah. And then again, I guess the guy said he checked it and it wasn't too much of a overhead, but I'd have to like investigate that myself. So I don't know, but I am taking like the general like ideas from this where it's like a DQ. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, I like the fact that you can pull and pop from the same data structure on like either side. That's a cool idea. Of course, you got to be careful of edge cases with this because I immediately thought of the situation like what happens when it's 0? It's like, okay, well, you need the extra mutex, right? So that's can get kind of weird. And basically the rest of this article is just getting that implementation to work, right? And he's just talking about like, oh, he originally used a linked list, now he's using a ring buffer, right? And then has a little JavaScript thing of like how the ring buffer works and whatnot. You know, basic ring buffer. You have like a beginning and end pointer, and then it laps around the buffer, so you have like a fixed size. And then I think when the buffer is like completely full, instead of pushing the job, I think you just run the job immediately or something like that. Again, it's like an implementation detail. I don't know exactly how that's going to look. But yeah, everything here is just getting that whole like idea working, a bunch of Rust code for it, right? And then the only part that actually adds like new functionality is I think down here with the futures. So this is like an external API type of deal. So over here we have the submit function, and then he creates this like settable and then like sort of not settable feature. He just calls it a feature, but it's basically like a non-modifiable feature. So the settable feature and the normal feature, these get created at the same time, and they share like an internal data structure. And basically the settable feature is modifiable from this submit context, right? And the non-settable feature is returned from the submit. So the idea is you as the client code would submit some type of like function closure, whatever, function pointer, right? And then you would get returned a feature, right? And the feature that you're returned is non-modifiable, which you would want it to be, right? Yeah, so it's non-modifiable, and then from there, right, you can just do what you need to do with the feature. I think he does like a spin lock thing. I'll see how I want to do that because his situation is very what is the word? Like he does like a pending run job directly in this wait take function, which kind of couples things together in like a weird way, which I don't know if I like. I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying I feel like I might want more flexibility from the spin lock. Just popped in, but you haven't seen Moody Camel concurrent queues. It's a lock free queue and it's very fast. Oh wait, Moody Camel. Let me see. let me check. Is that a library? Also, yo, Intrinsic. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. A fast multi-producer, multi-consumer, lock-free concurrent queue. Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me read this. I've been getting into concurrency recently. I've been kind of reading into like some of the differences with this. I've been holding off on fully diving into one what is the word, implementation yet, because I want to like fully understand this, right? I want to read the concurrency section from Game Engine Architecture, you know, the book, and also I think somewhere in here dude recommends yeah, this Game Engine Architecture. Yeah, C++ concurrency in action. And I got the book. It's like 300 pages, so I was gonna take a quick read through this as well. Oh, hey, operator. How's it going? Oh yeah, I've been meaning to catch your streams. You've been streaming like crazy. I saw it last night, but I was so sleepy. And then I think I was in your stream a few days ago, but then I had to leave suddenly. So, no, yeah, I've been seeing that too. Yeah. No, that's chill. Wait, let me check in with this concurrent queue, because I want to see what the lock-free mechanism is for this. Industrial that Intrinsic was recommending. Sync to serve single consumer queue. I have one of those too. Lock-free queues. This boost has one, but it's limited to objects. Wait, let me ask ChatGPT. Let me just what is a lock-free queue versus a lock queue? Mutex are both types of architectures that allow multiple threads to safely enqueue and dequeue items, but they differ in handle. Yeah, you would like, this is how I would normally do it, right? And then lock-free uses atomic operations instead of locks to ensure thread safety. Threads can operate on a queue concurrently without blocking. Multiple threads can operate on a queue concurrently without blocking each other. At least one thread is guaranteed to make progress. Okay, so Intrinsic, the one that you recommended, like this as a library, which I will save, so I might take a look. Is that kind of what this dude is talking about? Like, it's basically like synchronizing access into a queue where like multiple can kind of access it without having to like have strict mutexes. You don't have to do a syscall. Huh. See, this is why I need to go read the book. I feel like I can't make like educated decisions without like fully understanding like the benefits, and you know, allows multiple threads to pull jobs off of a queue. Yeah, it's very fast. We use this for our thread pool. Okay, yeah. And yeah, this is basically what I'm trying to implement is the thread pool. So no, I'll save, and this is the library, right? I'm assuming. So I'll go ahead and save it and take a look. That's all good. I got triple rated. I was very surprised that happened. Oh, you got triple rated, operator. Dang. I remember you got like double rated that one time. Yeah, that's what's up. Also use a semaphore to create a priority system. Yeah, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about with that one. Yeah, I think like I'm not set in stone with this one. I was just reading through it. So again, I think I'm gonna go through, what is it? I don't want to show the book itself because I think that's probably like a licensing thing or something. I feel kind of wrong doing that. Game Engine Architecture. Architecture. So I'm gonna run through this, the concurrency section, and they have a nice thing discussing like how these things work. And then I'm gonna run through that other book that was recommended here. I forget the name again. This one, where he said he got the idea for like this implementation from. I already got the book, so it's 300 pages, so I'm gonna go read it in a bit. But hopefully it'll make me a little bit more confident in my decisions, I guess. Yeah. And then I think next week, hopefully I'll have maybe like a mapped out idea of like how I want to start working on it. The other thing too is I want to write. So here's the thing, like I'm not trying to write a whole ECS. What I want essentially is just like the ability to configure. Oh, I hit my thing too. The ability to configure like the structure of data into like either archetypes or into single buffers. And then just display that in the game, in the editor UI. Those are my two main goals. I know like that is going to like take a lot more than I just said, like as words, right? Like, but those are just like my main goals, right? And I want to write like that quote unquote ECS in a way where it takes into account the job system, right? And I can kind of provide a nice API where I can kind of do things in the manner that like Mike Acton was doing. Mike Acton fired, oh my. Because I've been watching this video and I've been like rewatching it like every few weeks, and I've been getting like more and more out of it. And I feel like I've watched it enough at this point to kind of like get the idea, I guess. And I'm trying to make sure that I'm able to organize my data in a way where I can kind of get these functions to work. Where like he has these counts, these in, these outs, and then you have your data in either your like structure of array or array of structs, right? And then basically, yeah, so like you organize that data in a certain way where you can just provide it in this manner. Like you can provide the arrays and you can do like batch operations in a very like easy way. Yeah. Like I've been like, and like I've been trying to think of ways to like make sure that I can start doing these types of things, right? Where I can write the ECS in a way where I can organize the data, right? And then I can write the job system where it can take in this type of work and it like works. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh yeah, and then the Naughty Dog, like, yeah, what's his name? I literally was just watching and talking about that. I just watched this and was going over like how they did the fiber system and everything. I know he was saying in this talk that Windows has its own little like way that it handles the fibers, right? He says the API isn't too bad. I have to figure out how that works on Linux too. But I don't know if I'm going to fully go into a fiber system yet. I think I'm just going to try and get something working first and something that makes sense, and then maybe I'll come back. But I do love the idea that the fibers can just maintain their little stack frame and then you can just pop it off and then push it back on, and it's not a huge context switch on the thread. That sounds really good. Wait, let me catch up on the thing, chat too. Funny you say that, Dragon. If I just had a, what was it, hot pot? Me and my girlfriend got like hot pot, like bought it from the store and then had it in the backyard. It was so good. So now I got you. We getting that fiber. I think my music stopped. Hold on, let me switch over. I've been listening to Windows 96. I don't know if anyone listens to them too. Recent album slaps, man. What is that? Okay, wait. Yeah, let me catch up. Emblem, you said I can also drop the following thing. I also use Ent, by the way, too. Alright, hot pot is fire, right? Operator. It was so good. We still have extra meat too, so I think we might do it again. Let me see Emblem. Oh, I've seen this link. Yeah, Emblem. I forgot to save the link though. I think you linked this to me, right? At some point, or someone did. I don't remember. I might read through this too though. Let me save it. because again, my intention right now is like right now I'm not doing any crazy work. I think next week I'm gonna try and formulate my ideas around the job system. I'll take into what you guys are. I'll take into account what you guys are saying too, and then maybe I can settle on something. Because yeah, this is a very core system. Let me kind of look through this real quick though. Where's the yeah, the very basics. So the base implementation needs to be simpler. Jobs can be quite stupid on their own, but it should be quite build high level algorithms such as yeah, need to implement automatic load balancing. Performance implementation should placement part. I remember also, this is like a quick side note, when I was watching that the Naughty Dog talk, he was saying he didn't really care about cache coherency, which was interesting. Like he was like, I'm just worrying about making sure that every thread has something to do, or every yeah, basically that. I was like, that's interesting. I love the way that he talked about his frame stuff too. That was cool. I might look into that too. System might to alter dependencies. Let me see what you're saying. Let's see. Hey, show the cat vibing. Does this have some more articles here? Like, are there a few more to read through? Oh, he has a few more. Okay, that's cool. Hey, game engine gems. It's like GPU gems. In Taiwan, there's a lot of hot pot. Yeah, like again, a different country, but in the Philippines, my girlfriend said there's a lot of hot pot in her hometown too. But I think in her town in particular, it's very cold, so it kind of makes sense. I'm surprised I had a collection of these links hanging around my code repos, and I dropped them around. Oh yeah, I got you. Well, no, I mean I'll take it. Use end, and we split operations across threads by slicing up entity views and passing them in the thread pool. Okay. let me think about that. We use ACS operations across threads. Entity views and passing them, slicing up entity views. What's the mechanism in, if you don't mind me asking, intrinsic games, what's the mechanism in ent that like allows you to do that? Because I do use ent, like I use it currently. I am familiar with like dealing with views. I haven't fully gotten into the systems though, or like splitting it up and whatnot. Let me go to the wiki. Let me go take a look. Single type and multi-type views behave differently, and also APIs. Single type views are specialized to give a performance boost in all case. I think it's that single type view. They just walk through the packed, array, right? Multi-type iterate enemies that have at least one of the given elements. During iteration, they look at the number of elements given each pool and use similar. Side is not required. They're keep. In fact, this is even discouraged when creating a view from a const registry. Are lazily instantiated. They exist as well. Yeah, and then you get a view, and you get the multi-type view. And then you can go ahead and use that to loop through whatever you need, right? Iterator. Create once for use many times. Let's see. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna be reading for a little bit. Literally replace the storage in a view. Also, oh, what's up with this? Replace storage. The time, and also allows you to inject storage views when available. It should be noted that lack of storage is treated to intense. Not really a thing that ends, however, the same result can be achieved by my visible view. Okay. Okay. A small number of elements. If the registry contains fewer velocities than it contains positions. The order of types that constructs a view does not matter. It's possible to enforce iteration. Oh, okay, so you can optionally enforce it, right? With the whole ADM of with ents, you pay for what you want, right? Fair enough. And then runtime views. Well, at the crux of ent, right, is that they do use sparse sets, right? They don't do like an archetype situation. So these views allow you to, like, it's always going to be a structure of arrays type of situation, never like an array of structs situation. So in the case where like, actually, I think I have a link that might describe what I'm trying to say. Structure of arrays. Array. There we go. I like this little presentation like I found randomly. Kind of goes over all the topics for like data oriented stuff without like getting too deep into anything. But yeah, like array of structs versus structure of arrays. Like an entity component system basically tries to give you like a structure of array system for like most, if not all, your data. And the general idea with that is your most common case usually is just iterating through like one or two of these buffers, right? You're not ever really iterating through every single type of data, right? So that's why it's usually better to organize everything into a structure of array, because you can have these contiguous buffers of just the one type, right? But it just depends on like your access pattern, right? Like if you're accessing your data and it is, how do you say? You're accessing it in a way where you're, for the most part, accessing like one or two and they're all linear, then this is usually the best case, right? But if you have a case where you have similar data and you are accessing all of the data at the same time, then in that particular case, it's better to keep it as an array of structs because of the access pattern, right? So it just depends on what you're doing, right? And I know Unity does like the archetype thing, right? Where like it organizes its stuff into like different chunks, kind of like this, but you organize it in a way where you have your certain archetypes in its own little groups, right? And then you use them in your specific scenarios, right? And then I also remember, what is it called? What is his name? In the Mike Acton talk. Let me see if I can find it. I don't want to play it too much. One of the optimizations he was talking about at some point in here was these late stage booleans, right? Is these like late stage decisions where like you pass in a boolean and then you're making a choice, and then of course you need to pass in the boolean, right? That's its own thing, and then the compiler needs to make a decision on like, oh, or not the compiler, the CPU needs to make a decision at runtime, like, oh, which one are we choosing the most, right? And then there's like a bunch of ways you can like get around this, right? But the main issue is that like there's like a certain number of cases where like one option will happen, you'll go into the first branch, and there's a number of cases where the second option will happen where you go into the second branch, right? And this is only really an issue if this is like mission critical code, right? Like this is like a really strong branch that you're doing in your code. But when you are at that point, then like you do care, right? And there's like a few solutions for this. Like you could pre-pack your data where like if you know, like I think that was his solution for this one, right? Was that if you know like the relative chances of one being done over the other, then you can just pre-pack that data into like an offline buffer, and then just use that as like your probability or whatever. You can also like and it depends on like what you're doing. You can also take like the function and then like put it into like a command queue and then like push it forward in time so that it gets handled at that point, but also depends on like what you're doing, like if that will work or not. The other case is if you're looping through like two buffers, which isn't particularly this case, this is like a random. But if you're looping through like a list of objects and you have to do like a late stage Boolean check on whether like it has, like it is the case for certain data and it is not the case for other parts of data, you're going to be looping through a lot of data that is going to check false or true. So it's can be a lot of cache incoherency or whatever. And he said the basic solution to that was instead of having those late stage booleans, let me see if I can find that example. Yeah, it was something around here. Sorry if it's hard to see. But instead of having those late stage booleans, further up in the call stack, you just organize. Oh, sorry. You just organize the data in the correct access pattern, right? So if you're doing that late stage check, instead of doing that, you can just organize your data into the buffers where it would already either be on one side of the Boolean or the other, right? So you never have to do the late stage Boolean and your cache coherency is really fast, right? But the problem with that is you're not really aware of that, like that situation until you're writing the actual code. And that depends on your actual game, right? So the only way to really like use that or like use this like fix is to present this API to like to the end user or the end user of the game engine, right? So instead of hiding these details away and just saying like, okay, yeah, we're just going to use like an ECS and like whatever, right? And let it deal with all of it. Instead you say, okay, no. Here's all the buffers. Here's all the data. Here's how it's organized. You can clearly see like where it's being like stored and everything, right? And then maybe you can provide some like visualization of like where are the hotspots and like where's the data that we're calling really fast, and you can look at like your function calls and see which ones are accessing what in what order and how should that be organized, right? And then yeah, then you can, based on your particular game, you can split your data to match your functions, if that makes sense, right? But you would only be aware of that in the actual game itself. I can't optimize that for you. Like I can optimize like things that go into the graphics and into the rendering pipeline, but only to like a certain extent. Like if you do something like kind of ad hoc and like doing something crazy, like that's kind of on you. So I figure I should provide the tools where you could do that. Yeah, so that was my rant. That was my rant for a little bit. So yeah, like again, right now, like thanks for the resources, anyone who like chucked something in. Most of these resources that I'm reading is because you guys suggested it, so I appreciate it. Over the next week, I'm going to be reading through this stuff. I'm going to be reading a few books about ECS and like job systems, and hopefully I start like nailing something down in the next week or so. Because this is an important system for this new hierarchy for the engine. Let me see if I can find engine architecture. There it is. Yes, authorize. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, because I'm reaching the point where in this scene, I want to start worrying about like my entity component pools. And I'm like, okay, how am I going to provide all these APIs and all this data? And how am I going to operate on these things? And how am I going to get the scripts to interact with these things? And I'm like, okay, this is a lot of considerations. So I got to start nailing this down before like I proceed too much. Let me think of anything else I wanted to say about that. yeah, I think that's it for me for now. So yeah, I think without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and just continue working on the singletons and whatnot. So, you know, basic stuff for now, nothing too crazy. And then yeah, if anyone has any ideas about the job systems or ECS or whatever, like just let me know. I'm not against using Ent too. I might look through the Ent API one more time and try and see if I can work with it, right? But the only thing is just that like Ent is very like compile time heavy for everything, so everything really needs to be like aware at compile time, which is good for the final like runtime build. But for the editor, I need a little bit more flexibility for myself, and I want to add more hooks into like debugging, and I want to be like, I want to understand it more. So I don't know, I go back and forth with it. Let's see. All right. I feel like I'm getting hungry. It's making me a little lightheaded. Might want to get a snack in a little bit. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get a little bit of food, just like a snack. And then we'll go ahead and start. So, BRB. Snack. Alright, I'm back. I'm just gonna eat for a little bit, but I'll be here. Got some rice. Wait, what are these? What are these? Like the rice you can like microwave for like a minute. It's so convenient. Okay. I am back. Actually back. I feel so much better. Is it telling me to take a... Oh. I guess I was just playing noise in the background. My bad. I guess I'm taking a stretching break. Back from snack. Back from snack. Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and do some coding, some actual coding. But yeah, if anyone has any ideas about like ECS or job system or whatever, just let me know. I'm still figuring that whole thing out at the moment. All right, let's go ahead and head over where I last left off, which was where I think the network one. So again, recently I've been transitioning the objects to be self-contained. So a recent example of that was this thing has way too many functions. You got to clean that up at some point. Server network thread. Which one is it? No, not server event thread server. Here we go. So the server is now like a self-contained object, which I think it was already. But now the server service is just an accessing point for the server, and that's it. Same thing for the client, and then I think same thing for the socket interface as well, which honestly I'm not sure if this should be the name for it. But yeah, this is basically just the socket system, backend system. I wanted to put this into an object, so yeah, you know, you can go into the object hierarchy. So the network is done. I think I was in utility most recently. Let me go take a look. Time. I was messing with that. Random. Yeah, random. And this was a good one too that I switched over because the original implementation was doing like a static declaration for the uniform real distribution, which is fine, but I'd rather be aware when I declare this type of thing. Yeah, and now we have a STL random, so you can just generate random numbers based on the STL. And the pseudo random number generator, you can instantiate this as well and do its thing. I don't have any static reference to it because I don't use it statically, so it's already good by itself. So I was working my way down this utility. I think this was the last one. I think this was the last one that I did. So I think the timers was the next one. And oh, is this a mess? This scope timer, I think, came from the Cherno series when I was using his code. Or I was like building the engine with his code base or whatever. So that's fine. It's more of like a debug thing, if anything. Async busy timer and passive timer. At this point, these are kind of misnamed. I might name them something else. And then we have the loop timer and the passive loop timer. Which, to be honest, is this even passive? Let me try to remember what these do exactly. Passive loop timer. What makes it so passive? Do you have to check for updates? Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, I should rename this. So it's because we pass in the time step. And then this one has a constant frame time. Okay, so the loop timer and the passive loop timer are kind of like in a similar vein. The only real difference is with the loop timer, there's a fixed time step that you like set up at the beginning, like constant frame time, right? And then you either check for a single update or you check for multiple updates, right? So this allows you to like skip updates if you want to. Or you could just process a single update at a time. Or with a passive loop timer, and the reason it's passive is the idea is you're injecting a frame time into the update function. So it needs something else to tell it like how much delta time was being set. But yeah, again, now I think about it, this name kind of sucks, so might change it. I think these are fine though. These are self-contained, so I'll leave these alone. The issue is these two, passive timer and async busy timer, which again, the names are kind of garbage. Let me see what these do. Passive timer, wait, what is this? SD create timer, update. Okay, but there's a static reference to it. I got you. Which, yeah, this is horrible. So I'm gonna fix that. I mean, not horrible, but like, for what I'm doing, it's not gonna work. This is what I'm saying. Okay, so async busy timer. You know what? This could use some reorganization too, actually. Let's see. I organized like this because of the statics, huh? This is why I don't like combining statics and object data into the same class. It makes it a bit confusing, what's what. Internal fields. This is the static. I'll just put the static data together. Soon we won't have this, but yeah, I'll just put them together for now. Would I say this is force stomp? Wait, this is an internal function. Okay, so this is the actual, like, what is the word? This is the busy function. And then reoccur wait. So you can do this. Okay, you can call either one, I guess. Okay. No, wait, I get it. So you either call the one that's a reoccur wait, or you call one that's just a wait time, right? Yeah, I don't love that. And then when you call this, is this static? Oh no, it's not. Okay. It generates a whole thread, which is crazy. Yeah, this is... I need to get rid of this. This is crazy. It generates a whole thread for a timer. It's kind of wild. I think the only place I use this really is in the network, and I don't... Do I still use this actually? Let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I know I have a ton of references in the timers, but... Okay, I still use it in the the clients. And then I have some references to it just because I need to like clean up the resources for it. But yeah, those don't mean anything, they're just clean up. System test, same thing, close timer. And engine, cleanup timer. Okay, so yeah, realistically, it's just this session and then this client CPP. So let's see what's going on here. So I have this async busy timer that I start. Busy timer, huh? I think I make this a busy timer because I want it to be as accurate as possible. That was like the whole goal. So basically, the whole point of this async busy timer is to allow synchronization between clients when like the session starts. So say like you start a game, you want the game to be synchronized between all the clients, right? So we set a wait time for this particular client, and then we want to make sure that this is as accurate as possible. So we're like busy waiting on this one. You know, I'm not gonna worry about. I'm like, should I change the usage of this? I might just leave it alone, to be honest. Also, it takes in a wait time. No, it's fine. Okay, I guess I still need it for now, but I think later I'll find a better solution for that. Once everything's sort of settled, I guess. And it's not a terrible API to use, it's just generating a thread just for this is crazy. Okay. Well, let me organize these really quick. Reoccur function and termination function. Yeah, to be honest, like the reoccur and the normal function, it probably should just be two separate timers, huh? That kind of makes sense. What do I call this? Interact. I'll just say manage timer state. Sure. Force stop. And I just don't like inlining anything. Or keeping it inline. Yeah, we'll say finish. Function goals? I don't know. Something for this. And then wait time, elapsed time, recur count, timer thread, or stop. And it's atomic. Does that need to be atomic? I don't think this needs to be atomic. I feel like the access to it should be atomic. This whole, if you're doing it from a separate thread. Okay, I'll move the thread up. Wait time. I guess wait time goes in with this. And recur count, you went through 2. Sure, I guess. This one is functions. There's weight and reoccur weight. So these ones I would say are separate. These are run timer. Maybe I should call it a run then? I don't know. It's fine. Oh, I forgot to... Wait. I forgot to do something earlier. Okay. Okay, so create timer. What's up with this one? Create timer. Create recurring timer. Why are these refs? Like, this could honestly just be the object themselves. Busy timer mutex. Why are we using this too? Busy timer mutex. Okay, then we're defining these in here. Okay. Okay, so static inline. Let's do that. Just so I don't have to keep seeing it everywhere else. So I got rid of those two. And the passive, oh, this is the passive timer, right? So I'll get rid of that one as well. Let's just do inline that right now. Static inline, okay. Again, most of these are. Oh, it's gonna start. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'll organize this in a second. Oh, it loads it up with the function to call. I got you. So how does the API work for this again? I believe it's like create timer and then, okay, yeah. So it only exists in this context. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this API is just garbage. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take these, pull these out into like a separate context. I don't know. I don't like how this is set up. Comprehensive. Those subs should follow. You even. Oh, I appreciate it, Adam. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's cooler topics I want to get into, you know. So I'm just what is the word? I want to get into those, I guess. Yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, one step at a time though. It's my bot. I bought mine. Wait a sec. Ooh, my cough is bad. But yeah, hey, Adam Rushford, thanks for coming by again. Nice seeing you. Game mentioned. Yeah, it's like I don't know. I feel like some people, they start their, like, if they do like a game engine stream, they'll start from the very beginning. I feel like I started kind of late, and like I waited until I had the whole editor and everything kind of set up first. And there's a bunch of topics I think I skipped over up until that point, but I feel like that was also a good thing to do too. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it is kind of hard to find like topics when it's like the day-to-day type of thing, you know, like you're just going week by week. I have other things I got going on in my life, you know, so I gotta like figure out something interesting, you know. So yeah, I'm hoping next stream I'll start working into the like ECS and the job system stuff. I think that'll be cool. Right now I'm just doing a lot of refactoring, so it's just a refactoring run. But either way, like, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, you know what I mean then. Yeah. This is tough. But yeah, how have you been doing, Adam? Right. Let's see. But yeah, I'm trying to get rid of this garbage class I got right here. I think what I'm gonna do is I am going to move this. So this is the timer itself. Okay, the only thing is, like, the way you interact with this class is you call functions on the static variables, right? And then these static variables will instantiate these objects with its values, right? I guess it's fine that it's a ref right now. I don't know. These are kind of heavy. Like, what is the size of this thing? This is like 160 bytes. I'm not really trying to fix the class either. I'm just trying to like move all the static data out of here so I can have a nice clean API. Yeah, you know what? What is this called? Async busy timer context, I guess. Registry. I don't know. But I'll make it an object. And then under that, I'll put like a service class that I can get rid of. And then that way you can just talk to the context if you want to. And that'll basically be the static reference. It won't be static anymore. And then that context I can put into my engine hierarchy. And then these timers will be managed by the context. Yeah, so that'll be good. I'm alright, things IRL always hold me back, but I'll get there. I'm a Time Lord after all. I wish I could claim that too. It sounds sick. But yeah, it does elude. It does elude. Good things with you as well. My advice for the kids is get there before life beats you to it. Yeah, I really feel the pressure nowadays where what is the word? Like, I don't want to wait, you know? Like, I feel like this is something I want to do. I want to work like on an engine and like, you know, I feel like I wasn't really passionate about anything up until like I started working on computer science recently. Like, most of the jobs I was planning on going to were just for the money, because, you know, you just want to live, right? But yeah, once I started working on this type of project, like the engine and everything, like I was like this is something I want to do, you know. And I don't think I ever like had that before. So I was like, you know what, whatever. I'll see it to the end, you know, and I'll do it right now, even if it's a little rough, right? Felt that a year ago. Yeah. Yeah, just gotta keep going, right? Like you said, just get it before life beats you. Me, but I finally had the means and unbeatable ambition years ago, and it paid off big time. Okay. Yeah. I think I remember checking out your stuff earlier. Let me open up my thing real quick. Wait, how do I? Wait, let me go to my thing and open up the link. Here we go. Oh yeah, you're doing the thing. Oh yeah. Dang, 2006. It's OG, man. Let's see. We're coming soon. No, I get it. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, Bit Casual. Thanks for the follow. Or it's on is that on YouTube or on? No, that's on Twitch. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Bit Casual. If you have any questions, let me know. If you just want to like chill and like lurk or whatever, feel free to do that too. But yeah, I'm just working on like some little code reorganization at the moment, so that's pretty much it. Oh, is that you, Adam Rushford? Oh, right, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, no, yeah. You had the arrow, so I was like, wait. More coming soon, now that I'm getting to GUI. Yeah, GUI, I feel you. Like, I already feel like I want to go back and rewrite my GUI too, so. Maybe that's the whole engine though, right? Like it's, you always feel like you want to go back and rewrite it. Bit Casual is a good name. I could see that on like a channel name that I would click. Yeah, I mean, I figure if you prefer like Twitch or YouTube, I think Twitch is like the preferred platform for the most part. But I try not to alienate YouTube too much. And I mean, the VODs on my channel go straight to YouTube, so I don't know. But yeah, well, the call to game design. I was reading your old comment. Let me see. Well, the call to game design happened a very long time ago for me, but I had the means. Oh, okay, yeah. And then I did most of my game dev base. Oh, okay. Yeah, when you post, I'll check it out. I feel like YouTube's a bit more nice to like software developers too. Oh yeah, for like the money, yeah. But yeah, I feel more inclined to pick up like software streams on YouTube. Twitch feels like a big pile, you know what I'm saying? Or at least from the UI when I'm looking at it. But then again, there's no actual way to search for software streams on YouTube, which is kind of annoying. You kind of have to just have them find you. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take all the static data, and I'm basically just going to chuck it into this other spot. So we'll put it over here. And we're going to make these not static. Yeah, these don't need to be inline either. These are just objects. And I'll make this M underscore. See. Oh yeah, and then just a reminder, if anyone is like new on the stream, like I have like a video on my YouTube channel, like kind of covering where I'm at with the engine, like the devlog. That's the main video, and I have some like recaps that I post as shorts. So if you're like, if you need like a recap or like a like what I've been doing recently, I put them on there. Just like an FYI, I guess. Internal fields, and then here we'll say create timers, and then what is the distinction between these? I gotta go find that. Close timers. I don't know. I'll figure that out in a second. One thing I want to do too, and this is gonna look so messy, but I kind of don't care right now. Timer service. And I'm not keeping this. This is just to be like a global access point for this object, right? So we'll have like an inline version of this, right? And again, I'm going to wrap all the functionality into this object. We're going to provide this global access point. And then once I can actually fit it into the hierarchy, I'm going to go ahead and delete this class. Let's see. Yeah, Twitch doesn't, or, I'm reading Adam's messages, by the way. Yeah, Twitch doesn't sort them out better, but they are slower overall because of live, so much easier to find. Be found randomly. Right. Yeah. And I feel that too. Yeah. Just include C++. People will find you. Oh yeah. The thing is, like the C++. I guess I have to do like the type it out or whatever, because the hashtags like hate this, right? So you have to do like C++ like that, like that website. Maybe I'll put that in there though. Unless they have like some kind of escape sequence or something. I don't know about. They probably do, yeah. Oh, CPP, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. True. Or game engine dev. Yeah, why was my first instinct to say spell it the whole thing? I don't know. Or game dev, etc. And SE. You know that streaming in vertical or square front is how you get votes on inflow on YouTube. Oh yeah. I think I looked into that a little bit. I could post it in the other format, but I either have to do like restream or because I do Adium. I forgot how to say it for the multi streams, and I think I have to like double render it if it's in a different ratio, right? Which is fine. I mean, I guess I could do that. But they also said like there might be a different audience on shorts too. And I might try it, but if it becomes like an audience that's what is the word, like, I don't want to be mean, but like I don't know, like they're just doing a lot, you know, like kind of being obnoxious, whatever. Like I don't really want that, you know, like I just want it to be chill. Like I like the audience I have, like it's like vibey. Yeah, they're like just doing too much. I don't know. Also, I feel like it attracts more kids too, and I like this to be like an adult stream for the most part, right? I know that doesn't show with the cat, but it's like this cat VTuber or whatever, but I figure, you know, engine development's more of like a mature audience. I don't know. Oh, they never speak. Well, yeah, I don't know. I've had experiences before, so and I'm like the live streaming is cool, and I like chilling out, but like I'm super introvert, and I gotta like, I don't know. I gotta learn how to like draw my boundaries with things and whatnot. It's kind of tough with me. Cat Boy Central. Again, someone said like Cat Cafe. That's kind of a vibe. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you're following us from shorts and lives. I got you. I mean, I have been doing the YouTube shorts recently. They do okay. It's just I need to keep fixing my format. Because yeah, my shorts do function as like a recap of each stream, right? But they're a little verbose. Like I talk a lot in these, right? And I need to work on how I talk too, because I talk very like robotic. So I don't know. I'll figure that out over time, but yeah, there are some clear issues with it. But it's nice though. It picks up some views. Async busy time. Okay. Let me go steal the service from somewhere else. Real quick. Yeah, you. Give me you. There we go. Alright, there we go. And then let's just replace it. So we'll say async busy timer. I don't know. What am I doing? You know what, let's just, it's not that many anyways. Async busy timer context. I don't think this initializes anything that would cause an issue statically. Get active busy timer context. It's a long name, isn't it? What is the M context? Because I kind of don't care about this class. What's wrong? Oh no, it's good. Okay, so this will be statically allocated, and then we can just pass back the reference, and then from there you can just call whatever you need, right? There we go. If you're interested in connecting with other people working on engine dev in this space, check out Travis Roman. Oh no, yeah, like I actually reference his engine a lot. Travis Roman, I think I have him on my he's also I like his little community that he has too. It's very chill. Sometimes I comment in there too. What is it? Travis, because it's Kohi engine, right? Kohi was actually like one of the deciding factors for like doing this whole modules rewrite, because his stuff is kind of organized in these like chunks, right? I don't know if he calls them modules. I don't think he does. Sorry if you guys can like hear me drinking, by the way. not really trying to be an ASMR channel. But also, what is his name? Also Onyx, AK Elements. He has like kind of the same amount of followers I do, but I like his engine structure better than mine. So he's really cool too. And he is where I got the modules, the actual modules idea, like the way his is set up. I think I have him linked in the description. Maybe I should link Travis Roman in my description too. I don't know. But yeah, I know he's working on his game now, so that's like super hype. Well, are you asking about like his modules or my modules? Because they're a little different, like a tiny bit. I could show you his real quick. He basically just has like, I gotta speak slower. Either, yeah, fair enough. So for him, basically, like he does a lot of compile time optimizations and everything. So he basically segments his code base into a bunch of static libraries, right? So for him, a module is basically just a chunk of code, which is the same as me. I know modules is very like generic. I originally had the term plugins for like my modules or whatever. But I changed it to modules just because the name fit better. But yeah, it's basically like reusable code. So let me go find an example on his. I'm doing modules for like a very particular reason. I think he has a different reason he's doing it. Okay, so you can see here he has like a CMake list, right? I would zoom in, but I think it's going to change the. Yeah, it does this thing. I'm gonna stop doing this, man. It's so annoying. Modules should always be on and plugin should be mod. Yeah, okay, yeah. So you like operator, you just hit like exactly why I changed the name to modules. So it's gonna be compile time modules and runtime modules. That's why I changed it to modules. Plugins kind of assume the idea that they're always pluggable, right? But like a module, you could say like, oh, I have a compile time module, so that one is always there. And then you have a runtime module, which is like, what is it? Like it's plug and playable, right? Yeah, the thing, I mean, modular, yeah. You know, I had the same naming issue with another thing in my data too. This is a really quick tangent, but in my engine architecture, the way I'm organizing my data into like the data hierarchy, I guess, where it's like the engine owns this data and then you go down from there, right? This is the ownership graph that I'm kind of working off right now. I have this thing called a shared data list, and I hate this name. I can't think of the name for it though. But it's basically like a registry of like optional data, right? So the idea is like not all apps need a windowing context, not all apps need an audio context, not all apps need an input context, right? So in the editor, you would just heap allocate and attach them to the engine, right? And then in the runtime, you know exactly what systems you need, right? So you would just provide a linear allocator, right? And then just fill it up, right? But yeah, I hated this name the moment I wrote it. I just couldn't think of anything else. I mean, I appreciate it, Adam. But yeah, basically it's just like, what is the code? Who needs an input context? The game just plays its. I mean, yeah, you can just replace it with the AI context, right? I don't know if anyone's seen that, like, what is it, the Black Mirror episode recently? With the throngs. Are they throngs? I forget. But it's like they're a bunch of little sentient guys inside of this guy's video game, the Black Mirror episode. Yeah, it was the most recent season that came out. That episode was alright, but the whole thing was like the entities inside the game are like supposed to be real life, but it's based on like an 80s programmer aesthetic. So, and then since they're like real life, it drives this guy insane because he starts like adding more and more hardware to his computer to satisfy the throng inside the game, because the original coder was like, the throng will evolve into more throng and you need to listen to them. And I think he was taking LSD or something to like talk to them or whatever. It was a fun episode. I don't know why I'm getting into it, but Let's see. Modular context. Okay, wait, let me catch up on messages too. Yeah, it's like the 4th episode on Black Mirror if you ever get a chance. That season was pretty good. I actually would say that's probably the weakest episode. But it was like a fun episode to watch though. Modular context, that seems right. So you design your context by plugin system or ECS style. Yeah, like I'm mainly okay. So the reason I'm doing this, generally speaking, in this architecture, is because I've been running into a bunch of walls trying to code things when I'm like adding new systems, and I just realized every time I wanted to add like a new system, I had to touch like 10 parts of my engine, and it was getting really annoying. Tron. Yeah, so the technical debt was getting crazy. No, I mean unironically, Dragonif, it's getting crazy. So yeah, basically this is sort of my attempt to take everything and kind of give it a lifetime and give it like a distinct hierarchy, because the original implementation was a bunch of singletons, a bunch of statics, and that's the whole reason I'm doing this whole static thing right now, is I'm getting rid of all of the static objects so I can do this hierarchy now. And then that way you can do things like having multiple apps running in the same engine. So that way when you open up the editor, maybe you can have an option where you can load up multiple copies of the game at the same time and test out network features in the same context, right? That would be like a fun thing. It's not necessary, but like it's something you would get from this system, right? The actual benefits are like a lot of other things. But that's just one thing you could do, I guess. Having multiple apps. I'm not actually tied fully down on where some of these things are meant to be, right? I originally had the windowing context and the windows inside the app, but then I moved it back up here. What was the reason? What was the reason? I forget. I had like a good reason because I originally had it in the app, and then I was like, no, put it over here. But same thing with a few other these ones too. I was like, I gotta move it up into the engine. Wait, let me go back to the comments too. I've been missing a few. The diagram is so neat. I bet the code is just as neat. It definitely doesn't have any kind of cross-cutting dependencies. Yeah, no, like, yeah, definitely. Just, let me go ahead and close my source real quick. Don't look at the code. Can I even... Imagine. I shouldn't even play around. Let's see. Tron sounds like technical debt. Can't if they conflict on the GPU, it blue screens you. Yep, definitely. So I have a modular context system because you never know what might be doing with it. Multiple cards, for example. Yeah, right. I feel like you need to base it on like what requirements you need in your game. But also this design is kind of satisfying both the requirements of my editor and my runtime at the same time, I guess. And then the ultimate goal, right, is that all of this ownership hierarchy stuff like is cool. But then when you get to the final build, you break down a lot of this stuff to like the basics for the actual runtime. And that's just like text replacement. But I haven't really gotten fully there yet. Like I've done it in small places in the engine, but I haven't like, you know, implemented it fully here. So I'll get there at some point. Was I going to talk about something else? Something about modules. Oh yeah, I think I was like just talking about the module structure. But yeah, it's basically just reusable chunks of code. And then the general idea, right, is like, okay, say case in point, and I think this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do pretty soon once I finish the module system, is I'm going to make an animation system, right? And animation systems take like multiple resources and assets from the engine, right? Like, and can get very complex if you tie it into like a lot of things, right? I mean, at its core, it's not that complicated. But yeah, I definitely need a new like animation asset, right? I need it to work well with the rendering system because I need the textures. I need some way to like some kind of system so that I can like loop through the animation graph really fast, right? And this depends on 2D animations versus 3D animations, right? So like 3D is a whole thing with like parent-child relationship nodes and all the quaternions and whatever, and you know, parent-child ones based off of the other's values, whatever. You gotta manage that data and everything, so you want to keep everything allocated locally. So yeah, just long and short of it, a lot of like data to worry about, right? So my goal is that once I have this module system kind of figured out, at that point, what I should be able to do is just write a plugin or write a module, right? And then I can just directly put the asset into that module, like the animation asset into the module, write the system directly into the module, right? Write the components that are relevant directly into the module, and then just link it up. Yeah. And the code should be self-contained for the most part, right? And I don't have to worry about jumping over like 10 different places, 20 different places to just try and add some simple system. And then that will open up the ability for other people, like whoever wants to add whatever, can add their own plugins. And you don't have to, you just reference the plugin API or the module API, and then you make your module, right? You don't have to like delve into all the engine details. They don't. Let's see. No, you can find this. Wait. Let me head back real quick. I also have a modular context system because you never know. Oh yeah, you said that before. Cards. I was also looking at we were talking about this earlier. I'll link it again, but it's like, what's this IP? Because of my VPN. I'll link this video. But he was talking about like a frame system where like each like if you want to have like what is the word? Like game logic with the rendering context, and then you want to have like other data you're handling. Like usually you separate those into 2 threads and then run them. And then you usually have like one set of data for all of the transforms for all the data, right? So say if you have like a location for an entity, you have it at a certain place. I think here, these guys, they separate, or Naughty Dog, they separate the data into like frames, and then you update the next frame's data, and then you can kind of like unify it into like objects so that you can just keep creating them over and over again, right? And then you reuse the same buffer so you don't keep allocating more memory, whatever. But then you can have multiple like frames in flight, and then like reference based on the frame ID. But the only way this works is if you have everything self-contained into an object, right? Okay, wait, let me catch up on the comments really quick. So, you know, you can finish this in a couple days. Retrofit advanced systems. Yeah, I mean, a couple days. That's a dream, man. Yeah, I just want to have some intentionality with my what is the word? I want to have some intentionality about my data hierarchy, right? Because without it, and the way I've been coding up until this point, I've just been adding features, and I feel like hasn't really been like it's slowly throwing me into a wall, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Wait, operator, I missed this earlier. You know what would be cool is a machine type animation system and a deformation type animation system. To clarify, animation system for car machines like cars, guns, and so on that only use rotations and moving in things in certain directions. Basically things that don't deform. And then one for deformation, which is basically human, animal, or organic like stuff. Okay, wait. Let me read that again because that's a lot loaded into the into the paragraph. Hold up. You know what? Moving. Oh, like okay. So separate them into like the two categories, so you could like optimize for both, right? Operator. So you have like a machine type that has fixed rotations and fixed directions, and then the system is built for that. And then you have one that would use deformations for humans, animals, and organics, right? And then those have their own unique properties. So it would make sense to kind of tie that together. Is that something you've noticed when you were working with Unreal, that like the existing system is a bit like weird about that? I just tie everything back into my ECS. You want to render entity with a texture component? Sure, no problem. Oh yeah. I mean, the ECS does have a place in this hierarchy. This is just like the overall engine structure, I guess. And then the basic idea with this is just that you create the top level one, and then you just inject the top level one into the child one if it's necessary, right? So if this audio needs a reference to the engine, it can just pass it in, and then this reference to the engine will live for the duration because it's a child of the engine, like by consequence, right? If there's some reference in some other like lateral direction, that would be different, but that's basically this whole hierarchy, right? But as far as like the ECS, I do plan on having like proper entity component pools and whatnot in scenes and everything, and then also like variable data throughout, right? Let's see. No, there's a fiber design. Is it a design? Are being taken out of the language. Yeah, I heard because fibers aren't even in C++ to begin with, right? But for that talk, I was referring to the frame design though, because yeah, like fibers. He had the whole like I think the first 20 minutes talking about the fibers, and then I think somewhere in the middle he talks about he was trying to optimize the frame times. And basically, he was creating these like, what is it? These like frame contexts where you can have like multiple frames in flight, right? And then with those frames in flight, you could like have them interact with each other, and then you separate the rendering from the game logic nicely, right? And then I think he also talks about what is it called? Yeah, I was actually looking at another system for like jobs other than the fibers, but I'm trying to kind of go around and like sample different like job systems to find something that works, I guess, and something that meshes well with like my ECS ideas. Just videos on coroutines, but they got deleted. Yeah, I heard coroutine support in C++ is not great. You seem to believe that. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Hard coding animations is the definition of inefficiency, though. That's for the game dev to implement. Well, that's the thing too. Like Adam, like I could hard code a system for animations, right? But if I do it like in modules, right, I could just provide strict dependencies where I could say, you know what, I don't like this animation system, or I'm not going to use it, so I'm just going to toss this one out, right? Or, you know, you could build the animation system on top of like a you know, a more core module, right? And then just go from there, you know? It's a static function. It never uses DLL for security. The C++ scripting is DLL, but it's coded and compiled by the game dev. Right. They can add their own security to those without needing. Right. Yeah, I don't have anything wrong. I don't have anything against static functions. It's just I want to be able to provide like DLLs for like plug and playing in like your own code if you want to in the editor. And then in the final build, everything gets compiled down statically. So like there's not even a concern in the final runtime build. Centric is correct, but never talks. It's not best as frame centric. It's not best frame centric. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, frame centric is correct, but never talks will show you it's not best as frame centric. Oh, never talks. Do you have the link for that one? Never talks. I've never heard of that one. Fibers, aka implement your own scheduler in your space. Trust me, you guys having your own scheduling on top of that is necessary to get good performance. In Almond, I can use coroutine based thread pool, so it just chunks open the cores at thread jumps, or it's like threading using coroutines. Yes, honestly though, minimizing transitions between kernel and user space is good, necessary. Simpler, more natural, easier to teach, splitting up tasks into smaller units. Test that myself using AI to guide me through the testing. There's a newer GDC talking about asynchronous. Well, I'm kind of new to some of the scheduling and the job systems, so I'm still kind of figuring that out. Yeah, what was the... Just look at the threading on GTC. Let's see. I will take a look though. Threading. Threading. Yeah, if I can find that some of these talks you're talking about, I'll take a look. I mean, at the end of the day, I can build these systems and then just like time it and see what makes sense, right? Okay. Let me see. Well, let me go look at their main page, see what they got. This is between kernel space and user space. These are red. Oh dang. Yeah, I mean, let me know if you find it. Yeah, I'll probably search coroutines too and just check it out. I'm kind of open to like whatever. So I think again throughout the next week I'm gonna like look through, and kind of figure out what looks good, I guess. Just find some new music really quick. Yeah, and Emblem, like I'd be down to do like a, at the very least, just maybe set up the API for like fibers, and then just see how they work, right? And like what is the performance for that? I'll just skip back. All right. Let's see. All right. Get off this page before I do something crazy. All right, where's my code again? Okay, still kind of hate this. I mean, yeah, threading, there's a lot of like context switches and everything going on, right? Like, what is it? There's a lot of build up and tear down and them getting like rescheduled by the OS and whatnot. Well, not rescheduled. I don't really know a ton about computer architecture. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, I am aware that there's like strong threading threading overhead. Yeah. But yeah, I'll take a look. I think like like my current approach right now, because I'm pretty new to the whole like what is the word, job systems stuff and everything. So I went through a few articles. I went through what is it called? Let me find it. I went through this little job system. It basically just uses like a thread pool with like affinities and everything. You set it up, and then basically the different threads like steal jobs from each other to keep it like synchronized or whatever. So it's a chill little like starting point. I'm also looking at, I was looking at the parallelizing for like that the other GGC talk I just showed you. And I'm also gonna I'm gonna read through game engine architecture. They have a whole section for like concurrency. And like I do know a lot of the basics and the primitives for concurrency. But I do need to go through there to kind of like understand more of like how everything works and how everything kind of interacts or whatever. And there's another book that this guy recommended too from here. It was I mentioned all this earlier too, but yeah, C++ concurrency in action. So I got that book just now. It's like 300 pages, so I'm gonna go read it and try to like understand the ins and outs of these things. And then I think from there, I'll have like at least an understanding of like what's the current like space with it and like what's the issues that go along with concurrency. And then I think from there I might have a better like place to like make a decision. Yeah, I've seen dots, and actually what is it? One of the, what is it called? One of the articles I was reading on, it was like a, well, that's not an article, it was like a presentation. I think they talk about Unity dots towards the end, or maybe, was it their mass system, or was it dots? I forget. No, yeah, I think they were talking about both, Unity, dots and the mass system. Just scrolling through a bunch of references. Yeah, there's the mass system for Unity or whatever. They give like a quick like overview of how it goes. And isn't the dot system, it's led by Mike Acton, right? Or was Is he still working on that recently? But yeah, I mean, they don't have the source code, but maybe I can look at like the front end for it. That'd be nice. ICL coroutines is another name for breaking a function to a big ass statement. State parameter, every time you yield to the coroutine, it returns the function. State variable, then eventually the executor thread pull runtime, whatever, simply calls the coroutine function again, passing the state variable, and so on to the next case in the switch statement. Okay, yeah. I mean, I've worked with coroutines before, but is that basically it in the background? That's how the yield happens. I mean, I think they even talk about it. Was this? What is this? Stateful coroutines? Stateful coroutines. Coroutine. Stackful. That's what I meant. Owns independent runtime stack, which is your result for the yield, right? And then the what is it called? The fibers, they hold like the stack information as well, right? Or you could have like a stackless one, right, where it doesn't and it just keeps going, right? Let's see. The only thing running a separate thread in Almond is AI and physics, audio rendering, networking rendering. Too much for the atomic threading and overhead. It has no implicit overhead, but it still needs to be managed by some executor that actually calls your coroutine. Yeah, like there's some like system that manages it, right? Yeah, that's fair enough. Because one uses awaitable coroutines, it can communicate at the end of the job per frame thread, communication with zero cost. So you still need your threads, you can just pull them because you no longer need to create or destroy threads per task. Doing this to begin with. Yeah, like creating and destroying threads per task is kind of wild. Like, period. I think we can all agree on that one, right? Use a thread pool to start off, and you'll get benefits without. Yeah, it depends. Coroutines can be fairly fun. Yeah, it probably depends how, and especially like if I'm new to it, I don't want to like I'm gonna start probably with just a thread pool, and then figure out some way to make sure that they're load balanced between the work threads. Right, that's the first step. Right, and then I can kind of build either a separate system or something on top of it. Right. But I don't see how that system would be like useless, right, by itself. And yeah, then I can go from there, you know. I also have like, what is it called? Like, what is the word? Oh wait, I forgot what I was gonna say. Stack, start coroutine, avoid to state stack diff coroutines that I'm using though. I don't use subroutines, and I can await and yield mine, all coming in the next two versions C++. Consider this. Oh, sure. Let's see. Job system. Rendering audio etc. won't take what AI to do. This is how you time it. Rendering audio etc. won't take what AI in physics do. This is how you time it. Wait, rendering audio etc. won't take what physics do. This is how you time it. I guess you just have to know the average for the systems. Right. I mean, what's it called? Like my main like consideration right now is just making sure that I can what is the word? Like I can pass in data in like a very like performant way, like in a cache friendly way, right? And then make sure that the systems and like any work that I need to do is easy to be like passed off to like whatever it needs to do. I guess that's like my main concern, right? And then it's fast, right? Currently with my engine, like, I mean, it's OpenGL, right? So OpenGL requires a single rendering thread context, right? You can't multi-thread OpenGL. Eventually, if I switch to Vulkan, then that's going to be different, right? Audio, yeah, of course, has its own thread. I mean, for OpenAL, they kind of manage that themselves. If I did any other one, they still need to run in their own little separate thing. My networking thread is basically asleep most of the time. I have like a event thread and a network thread, and both of those basically just wait on system events on the Windows. I still gotta get that working on Linux, but yeah. Let's see, would I have a modular asynchronous? I mean, oh wait, let's see. Would I have a modular asynchronous coroutine system with thread pool so I can code normally, and if so I can code normally, if something takes too long, I can split it into another routine. Wait. Would I have a modular asynchronous system with thread pool so I can modular asynchronous? Wait. So long I can split it into another thread at any point and optimize. Oh, right, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I mean the coroutine basically just defines like a set of like incremental steps where you can stop, right, and hold the stack if need be, and then continue wherever you need it, and then it is a like series of steps. So if you stop, you can hold that state and then keep going, right, and then its dependencies are all kind of held there, right? Or again, I don't know. I haven't done too much with coroutines, but let's see. Vulkan is a lot deeper than OpenGL, so more or less the same. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, that's still like the main thing with OpenGL, right? Like you can't, what is it? You can't go past one thread. Like you're stuck. Amongst using the state machine too, so. Yeah, I figure once I finish like learn OpenGL, I'll come back and work on Vulkan and maybe some WebGL too. That'd be nice. WAS API is. No, you got me. Wait, what's the API? WAS API. Dang, we're interacting directly with Windows out here. Said OpenAL too high level. And it just gave me like a company. Hold up. It's Linux, right? I'm assuming. Oh, that is a standard sound system for Linux. Yeah, I didn't know that. Nah, me, OpenAL person, I wouldn't know anything about that. Just lets you separate the system to get deeper. Just use fibers and threads and use coroutine. That's all I know. Just have communication issues and overhead, maximum hardware utilization, maximum parallelism, and minimum performance. Single thread application works better normally. Well, yeah, I mean, I will look for the GDC talk and I might look into it. Adam, for the what is it? For the coroutines, because I don't want to leave anything on the floor. Because I am just building the system. So yeah, I'll see. Yeah, if you ever find the talk, let me know. Or if you have any other links or like resources for learning it, like I'll take a look. Oh yeah, like if you have any other links or any like what is it called? Oh, for sure, for sure. Let's see. Coroutines. So you're talking about the coroutine API on CPP reference? Was it in 20, or you said they were improving it in the recent versions? Is... Oh, okay, okay. Is 23 out yet? Did that one come out? It's basically like the year, right? I'm assuming that's been out. PPP 23. But is it the compilers that are trying to catch up with it? Is that the issue? If they put the features in? Right, right. Okay. Yeah. Like they haven't set it up yet. Okay. I mean, do you think if I look into just the coroutine API and try and like tease it out, I can figure something out? For sure, Emblin. Well, thanks for coming by. Yeah. Appreciate you, man. Okay. Okay. Well, then, if anything, I'll take a look at the standard and see how they implement it. But yeah, maybe I'll go from there. Let's see. Do I have to? No, I know where CPP reference is. Oh yeah, Jim Lego. I hope I said that right. Thanks for the follow on Twitch. If you have any questions or anything, just let me know. But if you're just lurking, just feel free to chill or whatever. This stream, I've just been basically like talking about like ECS and job systems, and then the next week or so, I'm going to like look through like my options and like sort of what is the word? I don't know, build something out, see something that works, I guess. But today I was just like talking about it, thinking about it. And then other than that, I've been doing like engine architecture. So I'm just kind of setting up my data so that I can like organize it properly. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Just figure I'd catch up for anything. Cartoon example is very close to what I have. Let's see. Oh, you hopped over from the YouTube stream. Okay, okay. Wait, were you talking on the YouTube stream? Like, I'm just asking if like you were like one of the names on there. I take 0 overhead. Wait, when they finish and you have to shove jobs at all available cores all the time until the end of the frame. Wait. Let me read that more slowly. Consider this: you have threads that take 0 overhead. Oh, James B. Oh yeah. I remember you at the end. Hey Leah, thanks for coming by. Yeah, I guess it's the same topic as last time then. But yeah, no, thanks for coming by, dude. Yeah, I'll still be on for a few hours, probably till 8. So I don't know what time it is over there for you. But yeah, feel free to chill. Consider this. You have threads that take 0 overhead. Wait when they finish, and you just shove jobs at all available cores all the time until end of frame. Shove jobs at all available cores all the time until when they return/join. Wait, are all the threads returning every frame? Using all 6 microcontrollers is multi-threading. Using 12 cores is called hyper-threading. Yeah, okay, because the you're doubling up the usage of the core based on if that CPU can handle hyper-threading, right? That's all you ever get now, because fiber systems should use that losing overhead. It's multi-threading, and that's all you ever get now, because fiber that losing 20 frames. Thread locking happens because of overutilization, right? CPUs can hyperthread, either that is correct. Yeah, no, it's based on the CPU that you're using. Yeah, I mean, I do know like some things about it, because I have gone through what is it, the CompTIA for the A+ and the Security Plus for the hardware. I just haven't gotten like deep into like I think the book that I really need to read at some point is what is it called? Oh, well, I don't want to. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube. Computer Systems book. Is it just called Computer Systems? Yeah, this one. I feel like I need to get a good read of this one. Hey, what's up, Gandev? How's it going? Yeah, you've been talking about it, Gandev. Yeah, I read through those resources you gave me, so I've been like looking into it. Right, like if you're using more cores than you have, then you're gonna. Well, I'm assuming it's because if you're using full utilization of your cores and you try and stack something on top of it, right? It's gonna force someone out, right? And then you got to worry about a bunch of context switches, or whatever the term for that is, whatever. Dun, dun. But yeah, Dev, I read through this article earlier. And I also went through parallelizing. Wait, yeah, this one. But right now, Adam Rushford's making the case against fibers. He's saying just use coroutines. But yeah, I read through this one and the job system one. I'm gonna read through a few more, maybe like 2 books covering job systems, and I think next week I'm gonna decide on something that I like, I guess. So that's kind of where I'm at. And what people do is have a priority threads and low priority threads. Yeah, I think that's what dude was talking about earlier here. Like he has like a job system that has like low, medium, and high priority threads, and then the one that you were telling me about, this one just has. Oh, I don't think he had like low, medium, or high priority things. It was more like there was a job queue, and then they just steal from each other until it's balanced. But I suppose you could add whatever you want, right? Dang. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So what do you think, Gandalf, as like an overall like starting point? Like maybe follow this one where like you have like, because this is a thread pool, right? And then you have like each one has a queue, like a job queue, or at least for like the data wise. And then because this one basically has like closures, and then I saw that he wraps the closure inside of another one, kind of, right? For the actual like job submission itself. And then he uses like a DQ here. But this is basically, I mean, and then from what you're saying, Adam Rushford, like you still would set up like a thread pool, right? But then you would just run the coroutines on top of it, right? It's millisecond threads versus 0 overhead nanosecond routines. See, they have learned. They still have at least one heap application with coroutines in C++. Like one of those few non-zero. Oh wait, they have at least one heap allocation with coroutines. You can't put that into like an allocator or something, or is it? Has heap allocation. Well, and I mean the lambda doesn't necessarily have heap allocation, right? It just depends if the data it's capturing goes over the size, right? You need a thread pool and queues regardless. Yeah, because you need something to hold it, right? Closures and coroutines is that the coroutine can be re-enqueued if it doesn't complete and needs to await another thread, yeah, or another task. Yeah, just make a thread pool system and use coroutines instead, correct? And a dot system lets you view visually what threads were created. Lambda doesn't have to have a heap allocation if you use move semantics. And a bump allocator that reserves memory, right? Yeah. Manages closures that they're movable after constructions. Wait, what? Okay, wait. Lambda doesn't have to have a heap allocation if you just move. Oh, well, yeah, Lambda doesn't have to have heap allocation if you move it and you have a bump allocator. Yeah, fair enough. Managers of closures that they're movable. Wait, what is the distinction? I've heard the term closure like throughout. Or discussed. I thought like a closure is just like a type of function pointer that has like certain characteristics. Are they distinctly different from lambdas? Well, I mean, because the lambda is the actual like kind of anonymous kind of function. I know it's like a Java term, but like the actual declaration, right? And then it's assigned to a functor, right? And then whatever, right? And then you take in whatever captures or arguments along with it. But yeah, is there like a distinct difference between closures and lambdas? I don't know if you can over. Let's see. That's right, good. But you're talking about threads, not cartoons. I don't know. I just don't know. You can override the operator new for the closure or something. It might be possible. I haven't heard of that though. I know you can't store inline in the struct task, right? Yeah, can you override the heap allocation on a? I mean, I guess the other thing is just make sure you don't make calls that cause heap allocations, but that's kind of hard to. What is the word? Enforce, right? Closure is just a function that can capture variables like a lambda. They're basically the same. I guess a lambda just can technically just be an No named function. Right. Okay, yeah. I was just confused because of the way you said it earlier. Like there were like two different things, and I was like, wait, are they two different things? I could have swore they were like basically the same thing, just like semantics. It's just like that captures variables like a lambda. Yeah, no, I mean the fragmentation, it's all over the place. Like you want to keep everything local, right? If you can. Cannot move in memory after it's been pulled once because it may store local variables that are referenced. Oh. Closures cannot move in memory after it's been pulled once. My threads are... Let me look at the Unity dot system. Let me see what's going on with that. I deliver a data-oriented design approach to building games in Unity, applying a data-driven design to a game. ECS enables you to build more. Yep. Okay, it's just the landing page. What's the actual burst compiler? Yeah, just subset of like code you can use that runs fast and job system. Oh, it just takes you to the repo. So you probably need a heap allocation for it since you don't know when it may finish, and it can be re-enqueued multiple times. Wait. My method isn't calculate since I don't fully like that. So you probably need a heap allocation for it anyways since wait, let me go back up. Isn't a bad thing, you just lose control of memory. Yeah, like if you had an arena, you just need to figure out like how much memory do you need, and then if you can't figure that out, then you would need some sort of like heap allocation scheme. Which, yeah, this is fair enough. But of course, once you start doing heap allocations, it might cause fragmentation, and then the whole thing, but might be a necessary evil. Oh well, what was it? Emblem got it's like a side thing, but where is it? Memory. Emblem got paging working inside the memory module. I don't know if it's like fully like set up, but he got like the basic implementation in for the virtual alloc and the mmap, so I can start like mapping memory. Wait, where is it? Engine. Memory common. Is it system alloc? Oh no, this is the old one. I guess it isn't linked in. Wait, let's hold on. I'm going off on a tangent real quick. Just give me a moment. Where's the memory stuff? Oh, yeah. Okay. No, it's because it's in that folder. Never mind. I might have to use the restroom in a second too. Just a moment. Yeah, I had it in like the platform versions, right? But for the page alloc, yeah, got virtual alloc in there, and then we're using mmap in the other one. So like from there, I can start maybe figuring out. I just need to get the memory hierarchy of the engine working, and then I can start figuring out how to dynamically pull in pages and whatnot. Oh wait, let me come back up. You need a heap allocation for it anyway, since you don't know when it may finish up and can be re-queued multiple times. Use function. Is it going to be cheap? The AI told me the system is faster than a bump allocator, but again, I don't understand any of that. Oh, okay. Was to make it enforce an allocation. I think the reason was for the compiler optimization, since they don't let the user know the size of the compile time. Use the ring buffer to control the job system pool. That's probably overkill. Heap allocation with malloc free will never be faster than a bump allocation, unfortunately. Possible to make a lock-free bump allocator like you enforced that you're queuing routine. On that stuff myself. Closure. Yeah. And what was it? Emblem added a mirror allocator too, so that was really cool. Right, like you're holding a ring buff for coroutine partners. It's procedural functional to the core. AI that I don't fully understand how yet, but procedural is how I imagine it. Same with the header only. Yeah, so then you have at least one heap allocation. Ouch. Alright guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'll let y'all discuss. Yeah, I wonder if like I could tease out like something to build though. Or some idea for the job system. You guys have a lot of good ideas. Alright, but I'm gonna be right back. Use the restroom. Okay, I'm back. Concurrent queues online. Yeah, actually, you could find concurrent queues online. What is his name? Intrinsic Games popped in and just showed me an implementation of that too. So I might look into that too. I don't know. It was this one, concurrent queue. He said this is what he uses for his system. I was like, okay. I gotta read into it though. Wait, no, yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, I was like, wait, isn't this the one? yeah. So the work stealing queue is basically, I mean, it's a more robust version of it, I'm assuming, since it's a library, but it's basically this one, right? The one you showed me earlier? Like this is basically a stealing queue. Okay. Right, right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, when you said work stealing, I was like, yeah, I could have swore this is what I just read for this. Like, because I read this article before I came on stream, and I was like, what's an interesting setup for this? And then the last, I don't know, I was reading the last bit. I guess he was just fighting with the borrow checker, trying to get it to work with the job sale thing. So much code. So much code. But then finally got it to work with this like borrow thing. Yeah, yeah, I saw that too. It was like a bunch of unsaved. I mean, I don't know Rust, but I was like, I don't know, like, isn't the borrow checker supposed to be like a law or something? It's nice though. Okay, wait. I feel like we're all getting like conflicting perspectives for this. So I feel like I gotta make I gotta figure out something that like what is the word I can get working. I believe, but I'm kind of hyped. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, wait. So regardless of whatever, right? Regardless of whatever, we need a thread pool to like for everything else to like lay on top of, right? And I remember Gandev, you said earlier that the coroutines can kind of exist on top of that if you want to do that. You saw Unity. Yeah, we're talking about Unity dots and everything. And what is it? Job scheduling for the most part. Keep allocation performance. Oh wait, I still have my BRB on. My bad. Oh, but Mickey Maven, thanks for coming by though. It's nice to see you. Hell yeah. Let me think. Well, wait. Okay, so Adam Rushford. So how would you build it up if you were going to like start fresh, right? Like if we go to the coroutines, that's the cue, right? So coroutines. Let me go look at the like API for it, and let's take a look. Because again, everything needs to like start on top of a thread pool, right? So we need to establish a thread pool. Routines. As start closure, anyways, you may as well collapse the SC function in object and have one allocation. Wait, let's see. Now I will use a coroutine pooling job system. Let me see. Let me get the AI to explain it. Can you explain the CPP? What's it called? Coroutine co-routine API for plus generally. Let me just get an introduction. And suspend execution. Resume from where I left off. Until the widget is ready. Yields a value from the coroutine using generators. Adds a value, ends the coroutine. Yeah, so spend the coroutine until Strict that defines. Okay, let me see some code. My task, co-await, co-return. Task promise type. It's not all that simple. Well, I mean, I just need to get used to the API, I guess. Task. Okay. Let me take a look over here too. Assuming the task is not some coroutine task type. Okay, okay. Dynamic allocation is all allocated via non-array operator new. Operator new, yeah. Can you overload it? The called can be optimized out even if. Wait, what? The called can be optimized out even if it's used if lifetime. Oh, can even if. I got you. Lifetime is strictly nested within at the call site, right? Like it will attempt to optimize it if it is aware of it. Fair enough. Promise type is turned by the compiler. Team traits. Co-wait. Task resuming on new thread. Let's see. Switch to new thread. Out. So this out. Oh, it passes in a thread. Okay. Okay, that was a lot going. So what's up with this main? Try gen Fibonacci sequence 10. Okay. Generator 10. And then a bunch of stuff. Okay. If you're going to I've noted the coroutines from before to say it's quite simple and it'll get so when it makes with co-wait operators, everything's simple with the AI assistant. Routines are more of a front end for jobs. Anyways, basically all you need is a job system that pops jobs and runs them. When it runs, we'll just conditionally re-enqueue the job back into the queue later. Yeah, cause like it will like spawn another job if needed, right? Yeah. Do a bit of it easier than thread somehow, less complex for me, even though they're fairly simple implementations. Than threads, it can have better fully utilizing threads. With coroutines has high and low priority queues and thread local queues as well. Okay, so you have a separate high, normal, and low priority queue, and then you pass to the. So is that like a global queue? So like, if I'm, oh sorry, if I hit the mic, if I'm front facing, right, for the job queue system, right, like I can submit a job to either the high, low, or medium queue, and then it'll like handle. Okay, yeah. Because I think in this guy's design, his queues, like I think he got rid of the global queues entirely, and then made, I think he made like the engine its own queue as well, which I was like, that was interesting. I mean, low, medium, and high does make sense because you would want a high priority queue when you have a job that you want to immediately get pushed onto one of the work threads, right? So that's fair enough. And then I guess the whole semantics of what is the access to the job thread, that's just based on who needs access to it. So that can be dealt with in the engine. That's not like a like I could figure that out. It's not too bad. That's like a front facing thing. Let's see. Unlike threading, unlike threading, which quantum mechanics, however, there's a number representing priority that defaults to normal. Normal priority usually uses work stealing since 90%. 90% should go there. Right, like you'd want it to default work steal so that you can spread it out. Fair enough. If you have a shitload of cores because of the overhead of an executable context. Oh yeah, but Adam, like you need the threads. You need to initialize the threads before you can use the coroutines, right? Like, like regardless, the coroutines run on top of the threads. Or what do you think, Handev? Like, that was the impression I was getting. Well, you need to run the core like on top of a thread, right? Wait. Like you need to run, like, okay, if you have a coroutine, you're running it like on inside the process on a thread, right? Okay, wait. Let me research coroutines then. Let me see. Or let's see. Yeah, ChatGPT. Maybe the AI knows. Let me see. Does a coroutine separate from a thread? A thread is managed by operating system. Threads can be switched out to the scheduler. Runtime coroutines yield and time unless combined with multi-threading. Yeah. Coroutines run on a single thread, right, at a time, unless combined with multi-threading, right? So you would, like, if you did set up multi-threading on your like engine, you would set up your threads and say, okay, this one's for this core. Like you put an affinity and say this thread goes for this core, this thread goes for this core, and this thread goes for this core, and then you would assign the coroutine to work on the thread, right? Okay, wait. Let me read the comments. See. Coroutine. Thread, not necessarily coroutines can do anything. It's just suspending a function. You can make a delay coroutine that just resumes after n seconds from your for example. Dragon F. Does it depend on? It's like closure. Run another thread, but can be used in a job system to move a job to another thread. Can be used in a job system to move a job to another thread. Types of threads. I've deprecated threading routines. Chain closures, like chain closures at every yield point. Calls them cores or virtual threads, physical hardware threads. Yeah, like on the hardware you have physical cores, right? And then when you're hyper-threading, right, you have like multiple like threads or whatever, or like hyper-threads that run on those threads, right? That's the physical aspect of it, right? And then you have like threading, which like a process can spawn multiple threads or just run a single thread, right? Process basically being an executable, right? Process runs up, it has its own memory situation, and then the threading can open up multiple threads inside of the one process. Virtual cores are different. Yeah, when you say virtual cores, are you talking about the hyperthreading? Routines are just nice for writing synchronous. In this case. Okay, well, let's see. What are let me research. Let's see. Virtual cores, also known as vCPUs or logic processors, are software CPUs that allow currently on a single physical machine. I'm just gonna read for a little bit. A core component with that creates. It's not a physical CPU, but rather a context of CPU technology, virtual often referred to as so it's customers hyperthreading. Hyperthreading allows a single physical. Okay, yeah, like vCPUs are called processors or software created CPUs that allow. These are just hypervisors. That's like a separate thing. Virtual core. In the context of CPU technology, virtual cores are often referred to as logical cores, which is relation to hyperthreading. Allows a single physical core to be treated as two logical cores by the operating system. And I think, like for mine, I have let me yeah, I know there's a graph to show like each individual like logical core's like usage, but wait, let me open up the chat again. I just had it on the other screen. Let's see. I have a hexacore with 0 virtual cores, but many have additional virtual cores like 16, 8 physical cores, and 8 virtual cores. Right. It is, yeah, physical versus virtual. Exactly double that number. Okay, so hyperthreading is double that number. if it supports hyperthreading, right? Depending on the CPU. So virtual cores are a separate thing. Huh. Dead, not brings a new arm. Virtual reality, very real. So these fibers no, they have their images. I just can't name them right now. Stackless coroutines are better though. Our threading has its limitations, so we use coroutines now, and threads are still a thing in other languages that have adopted them. Context fibers and threads don't match the hardware, especially since 2019. Native virtual cores made a virtual insanity. By the way, you can make that doesn't do everything but works in like 3 lines of code. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm gonna figure something out that like just works, right? But again, I do want to understand and weigh my options if I can. I mean, that's the point of the stream too. Tend to get worse and worse, and fibers don't work at all. But not a lot of work. Now always seems to be governed by this low we have for using useless threading of our new technology. Basically, for max performance, you should just spawn as many threads as cores. Depending on the architecture, there's the functions supposed that get you that number. Yeah. Well, you can still access extra threads. Hyperthreading is a BIOS option, which starts with fibers. So yes and no. Wait, you can still access extra threads. So fibers and threading made more sense when you listed consumer jobs. When it existed, that is where job systems and context came from. Now jobs. Lose performance. Cannot run on separate threads by default. Is suspend and same thread. Must define timers. Ports. What's STD generator? STD generator. Is a coroutine that yields starting from and co-yield statements. This time. In that fibers talk, they still use threads plus fibers. They're just using fibers for the stack space. It's coroutines basically. Yeah, that's kind of what I understood from that talk too, Gandalf. Was that they had like a certain thread pool and they were using the fibers on top of it. Just store the stack space. Where's that threading versus coroutine works? Oh wait, my music stopped. Let me switch over. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, they're stack lists. Okay. So the caller and then that's required to resume is stored temporarily from the stack. This allows the sequence with that executes asynchronously. There's others lazy. There's others. A function is a coroutine if its definition contains any of the following. Suspend execution until it resumes. To suspend execution during returning a value. The co-return statement to complete execution during the runtime. My have a return type that satisfies the requirements noted. Cannot use variadic arguments, plain return statements, or placeholder return values. Cannot be coroutines. Associated with the promise object manipulated from inside the coroutine submits its result or exception through the object. Promise objects are in no way related to STD promise. Coroutine handle manipulated from outside the coroutine. This is a non-owning handle used to resume execution of the coroutine. Okay, so it's like you can use this handle to say, okay, this particular coroutine, we want to do something to it. Internally dynamically allocate storage unless the allocation is optimized out. Object that contains the promise object. The parameters, local variables, and temporaries whose lifetime spans the current suspension. Execution performs the following, allocates the new state using operator new, which I'm hoping you can change with the allocators. Copies all function parameters to the coroutine state. Calls coroutine for promise object. And it was promise again, it was manipulated from inside the coroutine. The coroutine submits its results. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is basically just the future, but being provided outside. We have the state of it, and then a handle to reference to understand which one you have. Allocates with operator new. Copies all function parameters to the coroutine state. Calls constructed the promise object. These results in local variable. The results will be returned to the caller. Contains when resume, start executing the body of the coroutine. Parameter becoming dangling. So do you use 23? C++ 23? Adam Rushford? When a coroutine reaches mentioned okay. Recursive lambdas. Oh my. Show. Catch it performs the following. Catches the exception and calls. Is allocated dynamically via use, otherwise global new will be used. It defines a placement form of operator that takes additional parameters and they change. Switch to new thread. Awaitable. Struct promise. New thread. Int main. Zooming on thread. Is the complete block. Not required for code magic. Compiler recognizes code by the presence of the co-yield reward keyword. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, I've been looking at using modules. I don't know if they made them stable. I wanted to use them with my modules, which, you know, the names kind of coincide, don't they? Doesn't scale well, so for they created those languages, but neither work in consoles. Yeah, I want to use the compiler speed up of modules, hopefully. That's one of the goals I have with the system once I get like my again the name modules, I guess, isn't really helpful in this. What I'm trying to say, because I want to use modules for my modules. I'll use whatever without going experimental. We'll this feature. You're new, so you can hijack that with your own allocation scheme, I guess. Yeah. I was seeing the operator new. I was like, I could hijack it, right? Mark everything else. I'm not using them yet. I want to use them. Clang can add some shenanigans for the year. It's because they work with large code bases, C++ compilation. Oh yeah, the modules, yep. Add them because of the popular consensus. Right. Okay, so let me see. Let me see. Stack this. Overturn and destroys. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm just gonna read for a little bit. Give me like 5 minutes. Okay, I did a good amount of reading. So I guess what I'll do is maybe offline, I'll read through this API, I'll see what I can do with it, and I'll see like what I can like set up with it. And then from there, I'm gonna read more into like just general multi-threading and how everything like works, I guess. From the books I was talking about before. And I guess just try to get like a more general understanding of how these things work. And then from there, I can probably make like a good decision on what I want. But yeah, I probably need some time to like kind of figure it out and read, because I'm trying to read through it. Like I kind of get what's going on with coroutines, like especially from like a basic standpoint, but it'll probably take me some time to actually write out like a little test project and see how it works. Let's see. All right, ASIC busy timer service. That is a name. Okay, yeah, getting rid of most of these. I don't know if I want this in the constructor. I don't like this. I mean, this busy timer. Oh, for sure. Is your engine it's still closed source right now at the moment? Right. Oh, okay. Wait, let me see. By the way, features in C++ can be manually pulled. If you just want to learn features, you could just make it do anything to understand it before adding it to a job system. Right, like use the system around the engine to kind of like see like where or like how it works and how that could make sense, I guess, and then go from there. Yeah, that's fair. Next version makes a commercial source available, though, which is a complete rewrite and has the coroutines. Got you. Using both closures and features if you really want. I've done that in Rust. Yeah, the what is it called? Yeah, I mean, I'll probably take a look at the what is it called? I'll take a look at your implementation of the code and how you set it up, Adam Rushford. I would like to like understand it though as much as I can. So I'll probably read through it and try and like pick it apart myself. You can just make it up using closures and features. Yeah, I mean, that one job system, again, the one on here used basically just features, right? If I can find it. Yeah, I had this like settable feature thing, and then like the non-modifiable feature, and then you return the feature. And then from there you can like pull it however you want. Where's mother title after you earned it? Wait, so if I use some of the code that you've written, it's going to be a charge of $500? Or is it like if you use the game engine? Oh, for sure. Well, I'll think about it. But I mean, like, kind of the big point of me writing my own engine was to kind of own all my code. Okay, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? Like from like one engine developer to another. Sure. Yeah, I mean, what I'm working on is really just like, I just want to learn. That's like my main thing. And then at some point, you know, I can make a game out of it. But honestly, I'm just having fun like learning stuff. Right, yeah. Yeah, and honestly, I have more fun like writing the code myself for a lot of things. With a bunch of generics and templates, implementing features on top of closures can be primarily referred with a bunch of generics and templates. Right. Gandalf, sure. Right? Yeah, like I feel like right now I'm learning like a lot from what you guys are saying. I think I spent some time just like reading through. I was like, kind of like, what is the word? Trying to understand, I guess. But yeah, just because I've never written a job system before at all, so this is all new to me. The closest I've gotten was writing my little what is it called? A little like job queue on top of my like existing threads, and it's just like a simple like, oh, is there work there? Run through it. That's it. No dependency hierarchies or anything. Oh yeah, and then Gandalf, I saw that thing you were talking about earlier with the, what was it called? The directed. Oh wait, let me see if I can find it. 'Cause I remember you were talking about this the other day. Directed. Yeah, this one, directed acyclic graph. I remember I asked you about this a long time ago. But basically, it's like a dependency hierarchy for the tasks, right? And they had a little bit of code describing like how this kind of thing looks. And I was like, oh yeah, he was talking about that. Oh, the code itself is unreal, is what you're saying? Oh yeah, do you want me to send it? It's up to you. Yeah, copy 30% or more. Yeah, I got you. I feel like it's like a nice like random overview, so. 30% more. We said, yeah, successful. Like the big game engines, they charge a good amount. They'd be going crazy with it. I feel like this one was like a nice like overview of a bunch of things for data-oriented design. Pretty light descriptions of everything though, but like I was enjoying it. Is a job system with priorities and thread priorities, like I mentioned, also has task prerequisites so tasks can wait on other tasks, right? I saw someone else talking about like you have certain tasks and you can like decrement like an atomic counter. And then once the atomic counter goes to 0, that job can be handled. I don't know. That's how they do it. Okay, yeah. I saw someone talking about that. I didn't know if that's how it was all implemented. I was like, I suppose that makes sense though. Yeah. Unreal, but I like keeping the money I earn. They can inflate their worth. I did better in 11th of the time without ever anything. Yeah, honestly, I need to cover my math a bit better soon. Coordinates in the little nice as well. It's really just an abstraction for the end task. Decrement 0. Yeah, like I'm gonna figure something out. Like again, I'm gonna read through. Like I'm taking the considerations. So again, I think throughout the week I'm gonna like read a lot more. And maybe next week I'll kind of have something like put together for myself. I can like start building it. But yeah, I don't want it to be too complex. I just want to get something working, and I want to have like full CPU usage if I can. Right. But at the very minimum, I just want to make sure that the interop between like my ECS data, like whatever data I want to present, works well with the job system. That's like my main concern. Yeah. Yeah, at the end of the day, I just want to get this working, and I'm pretty new to this, so I don't want to like go too crazy on myself. Insane. Right. Sure. All right. Well, I'm gonna continue working on this. I still haven't thought of. I guess I was thinking about a lot of like different job stuff and everything. Let me see if I can get one of these things. Let's say objectified. Is that the word? That sounds wrong. I guess I'll leave this the way it is. This is fine. The only thing is I feel like maybe the construction of this should just only be working inside of this context. But you know what? I'll leave it public for now because whatever. It's fine. I don't need to fix the wheel right now. Just need to get it not be static. So with that said, let's go through here. Async busy timer. I think it was async Busy timer context. Yeah. Gotta be careful. I don't want to replace all of them. Yeah, this is just a timer. Close all timers. This is a long. It's busy timer mutex. Let's see. Wait, what's this one called? When the ring button that manages the task graph does use a lock, but it's finite, won't create intention. Oh yeah, here. So this is like something I threw in like a lot. Don't mind it. I'm gonna get rid of it. It's basically just a timer. It's like a busy timer, so it pulls until like it's done. Yeah. Yeah. I wrote this originally for basically in the network. Let me go find my network API. Here is I think it's actually, you know what's an easier way to figure out? Let's do this. Right. Yeah, it's basically what this is, isn't it? Yeah, what is it? This is red because I started messing with it. But yeah, it's basically like a little timer, right? And then it gets tossed over to like a global context, and it's like, okay, I'm waiting on a certain time. So basically this was just so that I could synchronize the starting point for the game session, so everyone starts at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So there's probably a better way to do this. I'm not really trying to fix it right now. I just want to make it not static. And maybe organize the code a bit. Let's see. S busy timers. Wait, is S busy timers the... Well, I changed it to M, that's why. Okay, so... I think basically I can just do S underscore... So M underscore? Yeah, maybe. And take would have simple solutions that never take words. Alright, show Adam. Show. Timer. Did I really call it S done? What is this? Oh, it is M done. Because it doesn't have access to it, right? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I guess for now, I'll make it a friend since it's a container. So friend, might have to do a for declaration maybe. Busy timer, bust timer context. Let's see. Okay, I think it's good. Okay, so now you just get this service thing, you get the context, and then you call functions on it. And again, this is horribly temporary. I feel the need to reiterate because I hate the look of this code, but I'm just providing a global access point right now so that I can still use it as it stands. And then once I make everything the object hierarchy, I'm going to get rid of all these. This is the functional nature. It would be things a lot more. It's just easier to read, right? So functional routines. Very complex system or simplified to code modules. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I try to keep my like object hierarchies pretty flat for the most part, right? Because definitely be overdone, especially when it's like the relationship between the object hierarchies is like has nothing to do with an actual parent-child relationship. Then it's like, okay, that should just be a component or like something else at the very least. All right, let me try to compile this and then find everywhere this gets called. Yeah, I think well, not really. I looked into functional programming a little bit, but yeah, the whole like setup, I was like, what was it? I don't know. I guess I just never felt like the need to get into it, but I can see it though. Utility. But yeah, I guess it's just a skill issue though. Service get active context dot cleanup. There we go. So yeah, looks horrible. I do agree. Looks atrocious. Goodbye, my facade. Let's see. Utility. Timer context is service gets active context and then create timer. There we go. Wait time and then does it really need the reference? I need to come back and look at some of these functors and really see if I need the references, to be honest. Actually, wait, let me look at this one right now. Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Let me see. You're probably right. So what is captured? Let's see. So the event queue. This is the event queue. So it's just that one. Events. Let's be explicit. I mean, I didn't change anything, but is that the semantics for that? I kind of forgot. I'll just put a reference for now. But yeah, essentially that one. Is this event queue going to be alive for the duration of this busy timer? Maybe not. Yeah. Wait, isn't capturing with reference bad for a timer unless this stalls the counter? Let's see. Slower than a pointer, but you can just pass by a pointer. Slow only matters if you're doing so. If it's not, captures by reference, which means if you goes out of scope and you access. Yeah. So the first question is, do you want to crash or not, right? This should not crash unless this event queue dies, right? Now I'm thinking, will the event queue die? Will the event queue die while an event is in play? Right, yeah. It probably could, huh? Okay. I think instead what I'll do, I mean, it'll still crash the same, but at the very least, I could add some... Wait, will it still crash the same? Let me see. This is the client, so we'll say client. Submit event. Right. Well, this will be the same here, right? So if we do this, it'll still capture the M, but you're saying just as a safety precaution to not capture a local variable to crash, yeah. But yeah, in this case, there's no local variable, so we should be good there. But yeah, I am thinking about this event queue now that you mention it. Close, crash from dangling. Yeah, the assignment captures by copying it. That's stores it inside of the context, yeah. Yep. But yeah, Gendev, that's a fair point. Captured by this just to avoid ambiguity. I feel that. Okay, but wait, you said it might slow it down though. Reference is slower than a pointer, but you can still pass by a pointer. Only matters if you do something a lot. Yeah, or only, well, by reference, which means if you capture a stack variable, so then you crash. Okay, but like performance-wise, I mean, I wouldn't be doing this very often. Like, this is a pretty rare thing. But then again... Oh, can you really? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Huh, so... should I leave it? I don't know. I feel like for me, I'm so used to seeing this for Lambda, I think I might leave it. How is catching? But I feel you, yeah. Is capturing by reference slower than capturing? Yeah, I mean I think the reference is fine. M event queue. Okay, let me think about that. M event queue. Would that die? You know, you know what I should do? I think at some point, with these like timer queue things, I should just make the timer local to the server or to the client or whatever. And then at that point, the queue will die along with the object. So for now, it's kind of scuffed, a bit garbage, but I can fix this with some ownership semantics. Oh, hey, Sionix. Hey, it's been a minute, right? I'm trying to remember. Hey, but it's nice to see you again. Hey, yo. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. I've been chatting with these two, Gandev and Adam Rushford. Maybe I can show you like what I've been working on. So I've been like working on like engine architecture recently. Kind of like organizing the code together. So kind of boring, but you know, it is what it is. And I've been discussing like ECS and job system ideas because I'm gonna over the next week start formulating like a new system for the engine. So yeah, that's basically what I'm doing today. Otherwise, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Yeah, it's coming along, right? I'm putting a note here saying fix these damn ownership semantics for event. Let me not event queue. There we go. Let me see what they're saying too. Again, Dev, one thing you can do to avoid left is to wrap the event queue in a shared pointer and call it a day. Oh, that's true too. Yeah, until but still, like, I still think there would be an issue though, because just because of the way I set up the engine. Because even if I put it in a shared pointer, the location this network thread exists, I think this async busy timer lives until the end of the engine's lifetime. Oh, well, does if I pass it by, maybe I'm confusing shared pointers, because shared pointers, you can pass a shared pointer and that, like, as long as this holds reference to the shared pointer, it'll stay alive, right? Does that work with unique pointers too? Time. Yeah, so I mean, it's fine. I have I know how I'm gonna fix this. Like, it's literally what I'm doing right now with the ownership hierarchy of the engine. If I can find it, where did it go? There it is. Yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, the Psionics, this is like what I'm working on. So this is like the ownership hierarchy. Because before this point, I was just using a lot of singletons, so now I'm trying to actually organize the engine's, like, data. Like, who owns what, right? Yeah, I guess there's a few ways I could, like, deal with this, but again, I think I might just submit like a local queue and call it a day. So it will consume the unique pointer, and the next time you make a timer, it will be null. Right? Yeah. That's what I thought too. I thought null pointer, even if you have a reference, it'll die with the parent object. So you just need to be careful, like, the semantics, right? Or like where you're pushing it. The unique and drop it before you capture it elsewhere. That in functional, what you do with unique is capture it with another unique and drop it before you capture it elsewhere. Oh yeah, like we're like moving it around and like being mindful of where it. Yeah, I got you. Or you shared. That probably is the intention of shared, right? But I'm generally I just try to stack allocate things at this point and then just pass references to it. That's about it. That's the ultimate goal. Utility. Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm in this one. Yeah, you see, I'm terminating this thing inside of my like entry point function, which this is not where it should be. At least for the new hierarchy, it just kind of kills me to see this. Close. Oh. Get activity timer. Close all timers. Yeah. Okay. Let's find somewhere else. Yeah. What is it? Hopefully at some point I'm able to actually make a game. Let's see. Wait, see, do you remember last time you were here? What was the last thing I was working on? I feel like It's been a minute. Was it AI or something? I don't know. Raise, yeah, it's been a while. That's actually adorable. Somehow I really felt that. Maybe it's the chill music in the background. I don't know. You're much closer than you think. Hell yeah. Yeah, I need that positivity. Let's see. That thing. Okay, here we go. Create timer. Let's go down to here. Put that right there. Yeah, how do I push this one back to? Yeah, whatever. Oh, my music stopped. Hold up. Let's do this one. I really like this song. Let me play it. There we go. But well, let's see. Notice that text rendering. I mean, it's good you got through the Vulkan. Again, I always hear that's intense. So. Like I've noticed is that the text rendering VS is not as good as VS Code, and VS Code is also a lot worse than other STRs I've been messing with recently. Yeah, I feel like at some point I do want to normalize, like once I'm properly cross-platform, I do want to, what is the word? Kind of get like a normalized IDE experience. In the different OSs, right? And with that, I really want to run Clang. Clang would be really nice. Because right now with like premic, whatever, it's just I don't know, you should just adapt it to the environment or whatever. What's up, Sionix? The is like a Windows update or oh, I got you. If you can turn it off and on, maybe just something. Maybe it's just been on for a while. I don't know. The pain. I'm trying to go through the pain of Vulkan. I'm a masochist myself. Wait. Yeah, no, that's the right one. So that right. There is a header only. Functional. You're welcome to. Also, I think what is it? Haven't they been doing like a big push on abstracting a bunch of APIs, like NVIDIA? You'll know about that. Didn't we talk about that? They have like a framework that like abstracts over like a bunch of rendering APIs. Let's see. Yeah, Debbie said Windows 11 so bad, bro. I mean, I don't know. I just care about the what is it? The code compiling properly on every platform. And I mean, you gotta worry about Windows, you know. A lot of gamers on Windows. Oh, you're talking about Sionix with his Windows. Yeah. Oh, you're doing manual update. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe try it. Also, like restart your computer, maybe. Give it a fresh start. Oh yeah, I mean, if you see the warnings, they're all the exact same warning. By the way, it's just because I'm moving things over, and I'm starting to add like no discard to a lot of my functions, and I'm not really at the point where I can move the no discard or like use it properly. I mean, I could just use it right now, but like I don't really care to use it in this context. So like once I get to the point where I can fix this up, I will start discarding. Yeah, but because I have been looking at these like wall of warnings, and it does give me the heebie-jeebies. But yeah, if I go to, I think I'm at W3. Sometimes I did go back through my code and I went to W4, and then I got all the warnings down. And then I think I forgot to put the W4 as like the default option on my pre-make setup. So now it's W3 again. So I'll go back again at some point and deal with all the warnings again. Oh yeah, I use that for I think some of my dependencies. I use that pragma thing. I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name, but yeah. Yeah, it usually tells you when you're doing something that the compiler devs are like, the hell are you doing? What is wrong? Let me compile this again. Let's see if it works. Right. Well, I don't know. The wall option's kind of crazy. I think you got to pick and choose that one. I have no idea what you just said, Gandev. But yes. Yes to all of that, yeah. I gotta say, he's not supposed to know at this point. It's not canonical. Or it's not a... Yeah, something like that. Wee. Okay, sorry. Got distracted. Alright, it compiles good. Alright, let's see if I can squeeze in another function to move over. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I do think about that sometimes with all of the jobs, what was it, all of the unemployed devs everywhere. Everyone just come together. Didn't someone make a post about that on like the on like a CS Reddit or something? They're like, everyone come together, we can beat them. Something about a web framework, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the more code I write, the more I see the holes in my existing code. It just hurts. Triple down on bad code and call it Unreal Engine. That was a good one. Damn. I'm down, dude. Unreal was my full-time job for a while. Oh, I got you. Yeah. No, I'm here for the Unreal Engine hate. It's cool. I don't have any stakes in the game. No, Adam, I don't know. I was just assuming, like, you said triple down on bad code and call it Unreal. Like, just parade is Unreal. Say fuck it. Give them bad press. I was working on a VR Quest 2 game. No solutions, nothing. Tons of start conversations. Was it like a personal project, the VR Quest 2, or was it like part of your work? Kind of. Also, let's go ahead and get rid of these static functions. So again, we'll do this thing again. Which maybe I will make this a context or something. I don't effing know. I gotta stop cussing. I'm just a cat, dude. just a cat, bro. Like, that's not that serious. Okay. I think that's about it. Just these two static variables. And then again, I gotta do this whole private, friend, passive, what is it? Class, passive, timer, context. Whatever this garbage is, let's get rid of it. And then we'll do private. Okay, and do I even care to? Sure, whatever. I like my little dividers. It makes my brain hurt less. Alright, let's get rid of the statics. So, get rid of that. make this M, and then there we go. Let's see. Now you got me curious about HZB. Okay, what is that? Now I gotta go look. Wait. Yeah, I was like, I definitely typed that wrong. Hierarchical Z buffer occlusion. Hierarchical Z map based occlusion culling. A culling algorithm that runs in the GPU. Actually, wait. I'm just gonna tell ChatGPT to help me. And it has my thing. Hold up. GPU based used to eliminate objects of geometry that are not visible. By skipping draw calls for objects hidden behind others instead of using the traditional Z buffer. Yeah, this is the one I know. Z buffer. High Z builds a hierarchy of depth map using a mip map of a depth buffer. This allows you to perform coarse to fine visibility checks very quickly. Stores the maximum depth. Okay. Give me a visualization of this. The true Gen Z buffer. Was it created by Gen Zs? Was it? Creating images now, so it might take a bit. Alright, I believe in you. Okay, let me make a service really quick. Async busy. And we'll call this passive timer. Inline, then this one goes here. Okay. I think we're good here. This instantiates with that. Sure, whatever. We'll go here. Just let me get to the implementation file, please. Okay, wait. Then we're gonna go to these two. Say passive timer. Timer context. Probably could have just copy and pasted that, huh? And then we'll do S underscore to M underscore. I'm just trying to get this done real quick. Okay. What in the hell? Okay, I think that's good. Timer context, we get this context or something. I don't know. Okay, I think that's done. Now I just need to use it. Okay, so what was going on? Let's see if I made that image. Oh, I really didn't. Okay. Let's see. It's an occlusion culling island there with the GPU. Basically, I had it so that GPU renders the entire scene with occlusion. Follow deselection without any round tripping to the CPU with one draw call. This far. And did individual triangle calling even because it was fast enough. Does it work like that to my understanding? Yes, I thought so. Not a thing for me. Gen Z buffer. Yep. Deferred runs poorly on mobile because of bandwidth. Being much more significant on tiled renderer. It exists in both forward and deferred. It's the depth buffer for rendering. Assuming you have a depth buffer, otherwise you have no depth sorting. Don't know how anyone doesn't use. Don't they have something else like an A buffer or something? Other than, I feel like I heard of that or something. Just sort your triangles. It's like another way to do it. But PS1. I don't know. I think I remember hearing it from what's his name? I gotta find him on YouTube now. Where is bro? Where is bro? Him. I don't know if anyone recognizes him. I remember he was talking something about an A buffer somewhere in his videos. I don't remember which one though, so it's unfortunate. Yes, let's get this working. Utility. Yeah, Adam, I feel you on that. Especially, I'm pretty sure Operator Doom's gone by now. I haven't seen him in a minute. But every time wait, hold on. Oh, I need some water. Every time I watch his stream when he does the modeling, I'm like, dang, like I feel like I'm missing out. That's a whole different side of that. On update? Oh, it is an update. Whole different world. A whole new world. Let's say floats. There we go. Like two of them? What is this? Oh. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, they're already doing that to like a low degree, right? Utility, passive, timer, service, gets, busy timer, waits, timer, 2F. Yeah, I mean, I do dream of the art too, though. But I dream of programmatically generating art, not making it myself, because I am lazy. But I know that's I don't know, man. I don't know what I was talking about. Okay. 1.2F. Did I keep that in there? Oh yeah, there we go. No, but I do honestly dream of like what is it? Wait, can I? Okay, there we go. Like generating some forms of the models at runtime. Not like fully at runtime, but like, well, maybe, I don't know. Like a game where you could generate models for like your specific playthrough, right? Using like kind of like a component system or something. That'd be sick. It's also very esoteric and non-specific, so I don't know. Oh, Tiny Glades. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I heard that game was really pretty. Yeah, that's crazy. Goddamn. No, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen that pop up a few times. I got you. I got you. Yeah, we'll see when I start my GPU arc. The ECS arc may be a bit sooner. Let's see. I mean, I already have the ECS with ENTs, but no, I wanna try something new. Yeah, I mean, if anything, if my attempt to write my own little object pools and whatnot fails and I freak out and I give up, I'll just roll back to ENT and try to make it work. But I don't know. I feel like also like when you're writing your engine, you gotta choose your battles. And like choose the battles that actually sound fun to you. Or at least that's me. Like I know I could have used like a networking library for my networking, but it was way more fun writing it myself. And wait, Gandiv, were you the one who got me on using like POSIX functions for UDP and TCP? Because I was using ASIO before. Or was that someone else? Like I can't remember. Oh, okay. That was someone else then. It was someone else who suggested me the oh, you know, I can't remember his name. It's been a minute since I've seen him then. But let's shoot. I can't remember his name. Oh, Gaffer. There it is. Yeah, Gaffer on Games is supposed to be like a really well-known guy for networking. And then this series, like the series that Gaffer wrote, inspired some bits from the what was it? What is it called? The Steam one, Steam Network Sockets. Or is that what it's called? Steam networking sockets. There we go. I think they mentioned him. Oh yeah, Glenn Fielder. That's this guy. So they referenced some of his material when they were writing this library. Oh, my music stopped. What? want to turn on the song again. I really like the song. There we go. Okay, that one compiles too. Sick. Draw your POSIX, not even once. Damn. RIP POSIX. Oh, coroutines are mostly used in networking. How so? I'm curious now. Coroutines in are popular that allow execution to be suspended or resume, generalizing subroutines for yeah, this is a good one for ChatGPT to answer actually. Can you tell me how coroutines used in networking? Asynchronous and non-blocking code, especially in languages like C++, Covate, like connect, send, receive, are inherently slow operations to CPU. Sure, yeah, fair enough. These are the blocking forms of them, right? So you have this thread callbacks. Or I forget which one do I use? I don't remember now. You know what? It's just... Oh, no. Actually, wait. Where's my abstraction? Network tools, network common. No. There's a bunch of garbage. Sockets. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I really should abstract this into a better API or whatever. It's opening the sockets. Okay, send. Okay, send to. That's what I use. And then receive from. And I think these are non-blocking. Basically, write await some RPC, and in the background, it's occasionally to see if the RPC is received yet. No. So otherwise, you need complicated code. Are you talking about for the coroutines? Basically, you put some RPC. Like, I get what you mean by RPC, and then it goes onto the remote, right? Yeah, I got you. It's pulled occasionally to see if RPC is received yet. What with the results? Right. Okay, so that's more like running game logic, or running like server logic that needs to kind of work in a coroutine fashion, and then you can kind of like communicate that over the network. That's fair enough. Again, I don't know a lot of the higher level stuff for networking. I just kind of wrote like the basic algorithms for it. So and again, I used ASIO before, and I'm glad I switched out to ASIO because I can actually control my UDP packets now. So thank you to the guy who told me to change over, because it's so much easier. Oh, look, it's ASIO. Like I said, more of a front end. You can implement it another way if you want. It's nice to just write synchronous looking code that doesn't block. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess it just depends on what you're doing, right? But it's not bad to have the API. Or use it as just the front end, period. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, that's something I'll consider when I'm like more on like the higher level networking stuff. I do want to use that net ID system though. Something to that effect. So I do want to do something like that. That would be nice. Okay, wait, so I got this working. Okay, wait, so I basically got timers working during this stream. That's cool. I think that finishes the utility, actually. Yeah, no, I'm done. The random is done. OS commands can... Okay, no, I was gonna say something crazy. Never mind. Yeah, none of these are static. File dialogues are just OS operations. Honestly, should run on a separate thread, but I'll deal with that. Well, file dialogues are only relevant for the editor anyways, so meh. I'll deal with that later. And this garbage. And then conversions. Okay, utility is done. I might try to take a stab at the projects, because this is a lot of stuff. It kind of hurts to look at, to be honest. I don't know. Case is making inline state machines, so you can store a Cora and Teen in an AI object and just pull it every frame. Run some logic from wherever it previously left off. Oh, that's cool. So it like holds its state. That's fair enough. Yeah, it kind of naturally has its own little what is the word? Well, yeah, I definitely will need some mechanism for doing multiple actions in a row. Like period, right? Over like over time, or like at will. So at some point I need to figure that out. Yeah, just rise through, and it's all right there, and you can just keep your stack frame. It's pretty chill. That was the thing when I heard coroutines before. I was like, that's nice. When I saw like the Unity API for coroutines, I was like, yeah, that's chill. I get it. Do I want to deal with... I don't know. I'm kind of lazy to work on this right now. Memory allocator, math. Okay, I think I'm reaching a good point with this though. I hate this game state thing. I want to purge it from the earth, but it does have some static data. I mean, I could still wrap it into a static reference. I mean, to a non-static reference. Scenes. I don't think I have any static references here except for these, like this thing. I think the only reason I have it in it is because of the components with the ECS. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see how that's going to look later on. Right, making the state machine super complicated. Yeah. I mean, I know there's a lot of mechanisms for like writing state machines. I was gonna look into because what is it? I read game programming patterns recently. I reference it now a lot nowadays. And I like his discussion on the state, because he gets into like a bunch of different type of like state machine like types and whatnot. What is the catch? Concurrent state machines. Yeah, like you could do like a hierarchical thing if you really need to, and present that UI. I know what Unreal and I think it's Unreal, right? They have that like graph thing that you can like mess with for like, I forget what they call it in Unreal for their like UI state. But yeah, I like this article because I feel like it gives you like a good number of options to look at. Yeah, yeah, I've heard people say that too about it, so I don't know. Like, I have AI in my engine, but it's very, very, very simple. So, I gotta think about like what I want from it going forward. I also have this AI book I've been reading a bit, so I might reference that one too. But yeah, I don't know. I'll see. Yeah, I think I'll just call it now since it's almost 8. And I want to start working on the projects. This is the next thing I'm going to work on, but honestly, I don't have the energy. So I'll see. It'd be awesome for, you just have to handle the states naturally with the code. Yeah, like, I mean, maybe I could set up coroutines with, like, as an AP, like, a system, like with the scripts or whatever, or like, and then you can introduce it into the AI, right, or something like that. And then maybe provide some hooks where you can have nice integration with the system. That'd be really cool. Well, what do you think that would look like? Like, would the coroutines take over the entire system? Or would it like go hand in hand with an existing system? I don't know. I guess it depends on what you're trying to do, right? I guess I'll write my commit too right now, since I didn't do too much. I can basically say encapsulate static service classes in timers cp/h to wrap to be self-contained. I mean, I know that's what wrap means, but whatever. Maybe a generic interface to pull an AI object, and then backend could use coroutines or whatever game you want to keep it flexible. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, if I try to add these coroutines in with the existing system, there's nothing stopping me from transitioning it over. Based on the state of the world and maybe arguments passed in, right? Yeah, but it naturally holds state based on what stage of the coroutine it's at. So yeah, no, that's fair enough. But all right, yeah, I think I'll go ahead and call it for today. It was a good stream. I'll take everyone's like notes into consideration, but Gandev, I think I am gonna go with probably just this basic implementation first. I'm not gonna write the code for this. I think I'm just going to diagram it, and again, I'm gonna read a few more books about concurrency and like setting up multi-threading, and I'll read through the coroutines too. Try to see if I can understand how all of it comes together, and maybe something will look good, right? Yeah, no, it was chill. I like the discussion was getting fun. I was just trying to bend my mind kind of to like understand. But yeah, all right, yeah, I think I'll go ahead and call it. All right, so I guess I'll do my like outro or whatever. So if anybody is on or whatever, or is just lurking, whatever, thanks for like chilling by and hanging out. Oh yeah, no, Lego, thanks for sticking around. Thanks Gandev for combined chilling. I think Adam's probably gone at this point, but it was cool hanging out with him too. But yeah, anyone else who's just chilling or whatever, like, thanks for chilling by with me. I'll be doing another stream next week, same time, 3 p.m. on Friday. And again, like I've said a million times in the stream, hopefully I figure something out with the job system and the ECS. But we will see. Yeah, that's it. All right, so later.